It looks like we do.
Wonderful. Well then, good morning and welcome to Community and Protective Services Committee for May 19th, 2022. It's nice to see all of you. Hi, Diane. Hi, Ralston. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This meeting is being held remotely, obviously, through Zoom. Please note that the meeting is also being live streamed on the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel. I'll make sure to provide each committee member with the opportunity to ask questions or comment on each item. Committee members will be called on first, followed by any other members of council who have joined the meeting. I'm pretty terrible at that, so if you put your hand up first, you'll probably likely get to go first, so please go ahead. Members are also reminded to submit any motions, visual supports, or declarations of interest in writing to the coordinator at their earliest convenience. I do know that we have a number of motions and inquiries today, so please just ensure that Joey has those. When it's your turn to speak, delegations who have joined us today will be admitted as panelists into the meeting, allowing them to turn on their microphones and camera. Please accept the prompt to be promoted as a panelist as soon as you see it. You can use the raise hand button at the bottom of the meeting window to identify yourselves. And for those calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. The committee coordinator and I will be watching for those cues. The usual 5-minute speaking limit for delegations will apply. And although the deadlines have passed for residents to register to speak to this committee, residents may still make written submissions prior to the council meeting scheduled for May 25th. Now, I do understand that we did have one delegation that had technical difficulties registering. We will allow them to speak today on item number 1. If you have technical difficulties signing into the meeting, you probably can't hear me saying this, but you can contact the clerk's office at committees@ottawa.ca or by calling 613-580-2424, extension 41515. Today, I'll begin by acknowledging that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The people of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this beautiful land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and the land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. The City of Ottawa honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Now today, we are joined by a very special guest, Sherry Stewart, the Senior Operations Manager of the Life Saving Society. She's here today to make an award presentation to the City of Ottawa Life Saving Program. Welcome, Sherry. You can go ahead.
Thank you for having me today. We're excited to be able to virtually recognize the contributions the City of Ottawa has continued in drowning prevention over the last year. The Societies recognizes affiliate members who deliver the Society's training programs, promote Watersmart public education, and raise funds in support of the Society's drowning prevention mission. Most of our recognition awards are presented on the base of points earned by affiliates who offer life-saving society programs. Point values reflect the degree of difficulty or amount of training required to achieve each level, including programming time. The point system is outlined in our annual report and also on our website. The City of Ottawa earned 3 affiliate awards in 2021. The first is the Arthur Lewis Cochrane Cup, which is awarded annually to the Society's affiliate with the largest life-saving society program. The cup is named in honor of the founder of the Royal Life Saving Society in Canada and the second president of the Ontario branch, Arthur Lewis Cochrane. It was first presented in 1925. The City of Ottawa tallied more than 95,000 points to win the Cochrane Cup in 2021. Ottawa is no stranger to this award, having earned the trophy in 8 of the past 9 years. Congratulations. The next award we're presenting today is the Jocelyn Palm Cup, presented to the affiliate who makes the most outstanding contributions to the Society's National Lifeguard Service. The Jocelyn Palm Cup is inaugurated in 1980 and is named in honor of the Society's first Ontario and National Executive Director. The Jocelyn Palm Cup is not earned using points. Instead, it is awarded on merit based on community activity. In 2021, the City of Ottawa demonstrated its ability to engage with the community by promoting lifeguards and the work they're doing, especially on their beaches. Additionally, they promoted lifeguard fitness through in-house stimulated emergency response competitions and weekly fitness challenges. The city also implemented an ongoing culture of professional development for their head lifeguards in areas of critical thinking, communication to customers, problem solving, and more. This is the second year in a row the City of Ottawa has earned this award. Congratulations. The Society's Watersmart Award is another honored earn on merit, presented for outstanding community service in drowning prevention education. The Watersmart Award is inaugurated in 1989 by the City of North York. In 2021, the City of Ottawa brought Watersmart messaging to the community by creating and distributing drowning prevention coloring books, offering virtual programming during stay-at-home orders, and using high-profile partnerships to target multiple demographics. This is the second year in a row that Ottawa has earned this award. Congratulations on earning all three of these outstanding awards. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the hardworking staff of Ottawa to continue all of this hard work during unprecedented times. And thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you so much. A lot of former lifeguards on this committee and on this call with Councillor Fleury, Dan Brisebois, Dan Chenier, and quite embarrassingly, I may be the only one of all of them that has the Life Saving Society logo tattooed on my back. Very embarrassing. So on behalf of the City of Ottawa,
I'd like proof.
Oh, I'll send you a photo of it, Matt. No problem. On behalf of the City of Ottawa, thank you to the Life Saving Society for this recognition. We're so proud of our lifeguards here in the City of Ottawa. And if you're a young person, or maybe a not so young person watching this today, we are always recruiting for our beach and our pool programs, and we'd love to have you. Who knows, you may end up as the GM of Parks and Recreation one day, or perhaps the city councillor. We are incredibly proud to have such an innovative, high caliber program serving the residents of Ottawa and promoting water safety throughout this big and beautiful city. You know, despite the ongoing COVID-19 challenges in 2021, the City of Ottawa continued to offer a wide range of Life Saving Society certification programs, which encouraged drowning prevention awareness and prepared Ottawa youth for employment opportunities at indoor and outdoor pools, beaches, and wading pools. In 2021, almost 800,000 people attended the city's free supervised swimming at beaches and public wading pools citywide. That is huge. In 2021, lifeguards at the city beaches undertook over 12,000 interventions with the public. Of those thousands of times they interacted with beachgoers, only 80 of them were rescues. The vast majority of those lifeguards' interactions were public relations, communication, and outreach with the community that they serve. This is something the city's life-saving program focuses on: communicating, educating, and bringing water safety directly to residents. Because knowledge is vital. It can prevent accidents and injuries, and it's just as much a part of keeping people safe as rescues and first aid. In 2021, the city held about 20 summer pop-up events for over 1,000 participants at wading pools, beaches, and splash pads. Our water safety ambassadors visited dozens of these venues citywide and provided literature, activities, and water safety kits, including flotation devices to families. The city produced and distributed 22,000 copies of the Make a Splash coloring book at summer camps, wading pools, indoor pools, and community centers citywide. It is 16 pages of fun, of sun, fun, water, and bike safety messages in French and English, including many favorite Ottawa landmarks to visit for safe water fun. My daughter and I, Libby, we very much enjoyed coloring it in. The city provides self-rescue equipment and signage at popular swimming places, and we offer virtual safeguard classes for parents and daycare workers. We now have 9 public accessible water wheelchairs for our beaches, 2 of them right here in Orleans at Petrie Island. The examples of stellar community service would take me all day to list, and I'm sure some of you are already starting to say, okay, wrap it up, Matt. I just want to say that none of this would be possible without the hard work of our dedicated staff. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to each and every person who contributes to Ottawa's life-saving programs for doing such an outstanding job. You make Ottawa's pools and beaches a safer place for everyone to enjoy. Thank you. Okay, we've received no regrets for today. Could the committee coordinator please call the roll?
Sure thing. Councillor Deans,
I'm here.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor El Shantiri,
Present.
Conseiller Fleury,
Ici.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Here.
Councillor Kitts,
Here.
Councillor McKenney,
Present.
Councillor Meehan,
I'm here.
Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Chair Luloff,
Bonjour.
Vice Chair Egley.
Merci, Joy. Je vous remercie de vous joindre à nous aujourd'hui. Before we begin, I'd like to highlight some of the agenda items that we'll consider today. Public Policy Development Services have developed a new bylaw to hold owners of vacant properties accountable for managing their vacant buildings and lands through a new permit system. This bylaw is aimed at addressing a growing issue. As of October 2021, there were 216 known vacant properties on the city's list, which is a notable increase from 95 properties in 2013, and has resulted in growing demand for enforcement from the city. The proposed bylaw also responds to community concerns the city has heard from residents and business owners, concerns about how long properties remain vacant, and about problems they cause in neighborhoods such as improper maintenance, garbage accumulation, graffiti, vandalism, pests, and so on. Having a bylaw in place to govern vacant sites could also help prevent demolition by neglect. And the city could identify problems with vacant buildings before they are damaged beyond repair. Something that we see far too often, and something that I'm sure that Councillor McKenney is very well aware of in their ward. We addressed this at the last council meeting. Staff from Public Policy Development Services have joined us today to give a presentation on this. So we'll hear more about how the proposed bylaw and permit system would work in their presentation. Staff from Bylaw and Regulatory Services have also prepared some amendments to the Vehicle for Hire bylaw for our consideration. These changes would increase the taxi cab meter rate and decrease the commercial general liability insurance required for all vehicles for hire operating in Ottawa. These changes respond to the requests from the taxi industry to and reflect the current realities of both vehicle for hire and insurance industries. They also bring the city's regulations in line with other municipalities and would improve the industry's ability to operate and provide service to residents and visitors. Staff are on hand to give us more details on the changes, and several representatives of the taxi industry have also joined us as public delegations to let us know what they think. Now, I realize that these measures may not go as far as industry or the union may like. However, in the last few months of this term is not a time to be doing a complete overhaul of our taxi industry. This is something that should be considered first thing when we reconvene. We'll also receive an update on Crime Prevention Ottawa's activities and accomplishments in 2021 from Councillor Diane Deans and Executive Director Nancy Worsfold. This will be followed by a special presentation from one of CPO's partners, the Sandy Hill Community Health Centre, on some research that they've done on making downtown safer by improving services for people who use illicit drugs. Now, let's move on to today's agenda. Passons maintenant à l'ordre du jour d'aujourd'hui. Do we have any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. Minutes 25, April 21st, 2022. Are these minutes confirmed?
Confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you. Communications. We have received no communications or correspondence for the items today. Okay, so We have a delegation for item number 1 and 2, and we have a presentation from CPO on item number 4. As we go through these, as we hit each item, I'll ask that we put the motions on the floor prior to going to public delegations so that everything is out there for the public delegations to comment on. And then we'll return to questions to staff, and then we'll vote on the motions and then the reports as amended. So as we mentioned, item number 1 is the vacant property bylaw. We have 3 delegations on this. We will hold this item, or sorry, we have 4 delegations on it now, I believe. Number 2, vehicle for hire bylaw, the amendment to insurance requirements and taxi industry requests for taxi cab tariffs, the meter rate adjustment. We do have 5 delegations on this item, so we will hold that item. Recreation, cultural, and facility services. Item number 3 is Community Partnership Capital Programs Annual Report. There's no presentation planned on this. Would anyone like to hold it, or is this item carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you, everyone. Item number 4 is held for a presentation by Councillor Deans and Nancy Worsfold. This is the Crime Prevention Ottawa Annual Report and the Crime Prevention Ottawa Board of Directors nominations. We can, if you'd like to, we can carry item number 5, unless Councillor Deans,
Carried.
would you like to speak to that? Yeah, carried. Okay, great.
No, these 2 people have been outstanding members of the CPO board, and we'd like to see them returned.
Amazing. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. Okay, great. And we have no in-camera items today. And then we have some information previously distributed. I understand that Councillor Fleury, you'd like to pull one of the IPDs. Yeah, please go ahead.
I'd love to hold chair for discussion the electric ice resurfacing for additional context.
Yeah, great. Entirely reasonable. We'll hold that at the end of the meeting. Okay, so moving on to item number 1, the vacant property bylaw. We're being asked today to approve the proposed vacant property bylaws described in the report in the general form set out in document 1 and 2. Full-time equivalents to bylaw regulatory services to enforce and administer the vacant property bylaw to be funded on a cost recovery basis from permit fees, as further described in the report. There are further amendments to the property standards bylaw to address pest control, grading and drainage, foliage standards, vacant properties, and amendments to the board up bylaw as well to address any unauthorized occupancy of accessory structures. We have Ryan Perot, Valerie Bietlot, and Jared Riley to present. So over to you.
Great, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, members of committee. Today, Public Policy Development Services, led by Valerie Bietlot, is presenting staff recommendations for new vacant property regulations following its review of the city's vacant building strategy. However, before we present the staff report, I would like to briefly take a moment to highlight some of the work undertaken by Ms. Bietlot and her team during this term of council. At the beginning of the term, the Public Policy Development team helped develop council's first bylaw review framework and then developed and implemented the bylaw review work plan, both of which are important tools to guide bylaw reviews and ensure sound policy development in our city. Once the framework and work plan was established, the team delivered the rental accommodation study, which provided foundational information and key findings on the condition and availability of rental housing in the city. This work also informed subsequent reports, which included developing regulations to improve the quality of rental housing across the city, publishing a comprehensive webpage for landlords and tenants on ottawa.ca, as well as developing a new regime to regulate short-term rental platforms, hosts, and property managers. The team also reviewed other bylaws this term, which culminated in new regulatory regimes in key areas such as the harmonization of the city's smoking and vaping bylaws, the licensing of payday loan establishments in collaboration with the planning department, which also developed new zoning rules for these businesses, and a new licensing regime for the towing industry to address issues of consumer protection and public safety. I would also like to acknowledge Bylaw and Regulatory Services, who have been a key contributor on these public policy files, given their role of enforcement and administration for many of the city's bylaws. Finally, I would like to mention the important work undertaken this term by the Community Safety and Wellbeing team within Public Policy Development Services. This team developed the first Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for the City of Ottawa and successfully managed its transition to the Community and Social Services Department. I'm very proud of this team's work. Despite the challenges that arose from the pandemic, such as performing this type of work in a virtual environment, the team persevered to help achieve Council's priorities. On behalf of General Manager Kim Ayad, I would like to congratulate them on their significant accomplishments this term. I will now turn it over to Ms. Bietlow for the presentation on staff's recommendations for new vacant property regulations, which include a permit regime to increase accountability for vacant property owners, to provide additional capacity and new tools to proactively address situations occurring on site, and to mitigate the negative impacts that vacant properties can have on neighboring communities if they're not properly maintained. So over to you, Ms. Bietlow.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I'm joined today by Jared Riley, who was the policy lead on this file. I'm also joined today by Leslie Collins and Court Curry from Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development, and Joseph Mahoney from the Financial Services Department, who can provide information from their respective areas of expertise regarding vacant buildings and vacant lands. I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank these colleagues for their valuable input and guidance and collaboration throughout this project. Mr. Chair, as part of this term of Council's bylaw review work plan, Council directed staff to review the 2013 vacant building strategy and all related bylaws in order to identify any gaps in regulations for vacant buildings and vacant lands, and to review the impacts that these types of vacancies have on the community and the city. We conducted a scan of regulatory and other approaches for vacant properties in other jurisdictions, which included large municipalities in Ontario and across Canada. And these findings are summarized in document 5. We also conducted a review of municipal service requests for vacant buildings and vacant lands in order to better understand the nature of the complaints that were received and the concerns that the city hears from the community about vacant properties, as well as to understand the demand that these vacancies have on city services. And the analysis of this data is contained in our report as document 4. Our consultations have included members of the development industry, the real estate sector, and landlords, as well as a small number of current vacant building and vacant lot owners. We've also conducted some consultations with housing agencies, community associations, and BIAs to understand how they intersect with vacant properties. And we thank all our stakeholders for their input. As a result of this review, we are recommending a new vacant property bylaw to create a permit system for owners of vacant buildings and vacant lands, supported by 2 additional FTEs in bylaw and regulatory services to be funded completely on a cost recovery basis through permit fees. We're also recommending complementary amendments to the property standards bylaw and the board up bylaw to further address community impacts from vacant buildings and vacant lands. Durant ce projet, nos consultations ciblaient les membres de l'industrie de l'aménagement et du secteur immobilier, ainsi que des propriétaires de bâtiments et de terrains qui sont actuellement vacants. Nous avons également consulté des organismes de logement, des associations communautaires et des zones d'amélioration communautaire. À la suite de cet examen, le personnel recommande un nouveau règlement sur les biens vacants et les propriétés vacantes afin de créer un système de permis pour leurs propriétaires, appuyé par 2 positions supplémentaires pour le service des règlements municipaux. Ces positions supplémentaires seront financées complètement à partir des droits de permis. Next slide, please. Before discussing our recommendations, I'd like to highlight some of the findings of our review to provide a little bit of context. PPD examined the 216 vacant buildings and vacant lands that are currently on the city's list as of October 2021. These include both buildings and lands, and this list has grown from 95 properties when the strategy was first put into place in 2013. This growth has challenged city staff to conduct proactive inspections of these properties and these lands, to respond to issues, and to conduct investigations and enforcement. Our review of service request data shows that vacant properties on average generate approximately 14 times the number of service requests for bylaw and regulatory services, and 1.5 times the number of service requests for fire and paramedic services as compared to occupied properties. Le nombre de biens vacants a presque doublé depuis 2013. Il y a 216 propriétés et immeubles vacants couramment sur la liste de la ville. Notre examen de données révèle que les demandes de services montrent que les biens et les terrains vacants, en moyenne, génèrent environ 14 fois le nombre de demandes de services auprès des services de règlement municipaux et 1,5 fois le nombre de services auprès des pompiers et des paramédics, comparativement aux biens qui sont occupés. The 216 properties on the city's list include 205 residential units. Staff note that 110 of these properties on the city's list have development applications or plans on file. There are also 96 properties on the city's list that have no known development plans, and some of these properties appear to have been dormant for a number of years. Mr. Chair, heritage properties are included in the proposed permit regime to ensure that they are identified under this regime, that their condition is proactively assessed, and that the owners are accountable for their condition so that heritage resources can be protected and that demolition by neglect can be avoided. Next slide, please. The cornerstone of staff's recommendations is a permit regime for vacant properties, including heritage properties, as set out in the draft bylaw. This proposed regime will increase owner accountability for vacant properties and introduce key obligations to mitigate the negative impacts that vacancy can cause on surrounding communities. A permit system will also improve the administration of vacant buildings and lands from a service perspective and provide better data to inform future policies and programs. Vacant property owners will have to obtain a yearly permit when their building or land becomes vacant. They will have to hold that permit during the entire life of the vacancy of the property until it's reoccupied or is being used for a purpose consistent with zoning. Staff are proposing some limited exemptions to this permit regime, however. Properties that are principal residences will not require a vacant property permit in order to account for snowbirds or for owners that are away for long periods of time due to work or for other reasons. Since the property remains their home, it is their principal residence, the building is not vacant and there are fewer concerns about negative impacts. We're also proposing exemptions for cottages and seasonal homes, as well as vacant properties in rural zones, other than rural villages and rural residential zones. These vacancies do not tend to cause the negative impacts that other vacant properties can have, and that we are trying to address under the regulations. Owners under the proposed regime will have to provide current contact information to bylaw and regulatory services, attend their properties regularly to address and identify issues on site, and hold third-party liability coverage. In the cases of vacant buildings specifically, owners will have to place a contact notice on the building with a phone number that is monitored by the owner or the owner's agent, such as a property manager, as an alternative means for community members and neighbors to make inquiries or report problems on the property. This measure is to help resolve issues more quickly and potentially without the need of city intervention. As part of the proposed regulations, the Director of Bylaw and Regulatory Services will also have the ability to require that owners enclose their buildings or lands or parts of them to secure against unauthorized access in order to address concerns on site, such as trespassing, illegal uses, dumping, and issues of that nature. The recommended permit fee is $1,703 per year. These fees will provide complete cost recovery for 2 additional property standards officers who will conduct 2 proactive inspections of vacant buildings and vacant lands per year, address service requests, and conduct enforcement as required. Staff are also proposing a 2-year permit exemption in specific circumstances where we want to include those vacant buildings or lands in the permit regime, but we need to be compassionate about the particular circumstances of the owner. For example, this 2-year fee exemption would apply where the property has become vacant due to a catastrophic event, such as a fire, where the owner has passed away, or where the owner has had to move into care. This permit exemption will allow owners or their representatives to use that time to plan for reoccupancy or repairs and to resolve any issues that they might have of an insurance nature or an estate nature. The permit regime is expected to improve the identification of vacant buildings and vacant lands across the city and improve data collection about them. Staff will be working with other departments to share find opportunities to share data about vacant properties, to assist those other departments in their business lines where they work with vacant properties as well. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending complementary amendments to both the existing property standards and the board up bylaws. For example, we're recommending expanded pest control standards so that owners address pest prevention and any conditions that may cause infestations on vacant lands and vacant buildings. Where a vacant building has been demolished, staff recommend that the land be required to be properly graded with a water permeable surface in order to reduce stormwater runoff and prevent standing water, which may be an issue for pests and may provide breeding grounds for mosquitoes. Standards for foliage on vacant properties are recommended to be brought in line with residential property standards, and this would allow for landscaping features and possible uses such as gardens or public parkettes as envisioned in the new official plan. And then finally, Mr. Chair, staff are recommending that the board up bylaw also be amended to include accessory buildings so that these can be secure as required. Next slide, please. In terms of implementation, staff are recommending that the permit regime under the new vacant property bylaw be implemented on November 1st, 2022, in order to give staff the time to establish the permit infrastructure and the intake system and provide communications and education material to vacant building and vacant landowners on the regulations, how to apply for a permit, and other information that they'll need to know. However, the amendments to the property standards bylaw and the board up bylaw could be implemented immediately. Once the permit system is in place, as I said, select data on vacant properties will be shared where possible with other city departments to support their business lines and assist them in addressing their issues concerning vacant properties. Mr. Chair, that concludes the presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do know that there are some councillors that are working with staff on motions. Do we have any motions that are ready to be placed on the floor? Councillor Fleury, please go ahead.
Yes, Chair, I worked with staff, sent it to the clerk yesterday. I wonder if we're able to share two motions. So, yes, here it is. Okay, so this one is the permit fee exemption for vacant property owners in care. So, whereas the proposed vacant property bylaw attached as document 1 to the vacant property bylaw report includes an exemption for 2 years for the recommended permit fees for an owner whose property has become vacant due to the owner being in care in a hospital, hospice, or similar facility, and whereas it is necessary to specify that this exemption from the permit fee should only apply where the vacant property in question was the owner's principal residence, ideally prior to moving in care, or that this fee exemption should not apply to any other vacant property of that said owner, such as vacant investment properties. Therefore, be it further resolved that the clause C of subsection 7.2 of the proposed vacant property bylaw be replaced with the following. C, when a building has become vacant due to the owner being in care in a hospital, hospice, long-term care facility, assisted living residence, or other for special care, and such building was the principal residence for the owner immediately prior to being in care, the owner shall be exempt from the permit fee as specified in Schedule A for the maximum period of 2 years following the commencements of vacancy.
And your second motion?
Second motion is civic addressing. Whereas the proposed vacant property bylaw serves a number of key purposes, including identification of vacant properties to ensure compliance with property standard requirements, among other prescribed in the draft bylaw, and whereas some vacant properties may have been subject to damage by fire or other means such that the civic address numbers have been removed or are illegible, making accurate identification either not possible or challenging for purposes of enforcement. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed vacant property bylaw be amended to require the owner to maintain civic numbering on the vacant building and vacant land in accordance with the requirements of the addressing bylaw by 1, adding the following definition to section 1 of the proposed bylaw. Addressing bylaw means the addressing bylaw of the City of Ottawa, bylaw number 2014-78 as amended, or any successor bylaw thereto. And 2, adding to section 18 of the proposed bylaw the following subsection: for no owner shall fail to maintain civic numbering on the vacant building or vacant land in accordance with the addressing bylaw.
Thank you very much. The Viscount of Carp, Councillor Eli Elshintiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this motion, we work with staff on it. So be it resolved that the proposed vacant property bylaw be amended by 1, adding the following subsection to section 4 with respect to permit for vacant property and registered plans of subdivision. 5, notwithstanding subsection 1, the owner of more than one vacant block or lot on a plan of subdivision registered on or after January 1st, 2001, basically, may be obtained one permit for all vacant lot and blocks owned by the owner within that subdivision, other than those lot and blocks for which an occupancy permit has been issued. 2, adding the following item to Schedule A as the follow bylaw: additional subdivision lot or block fee, $25 per block or lot for 1 year. That's one motion, Mr. Chair. The other one is in speaking with staff and legal on this one, because as we all know, sometimes we hold property for school or for city park. So be it resolved that the proposed vacant property bylaw be amended by adding an exclusion in subsection 7(1) for lands located in a plan of subdivision that are reserved as a future school site or park locations. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll move on to our delegations and then questions to staff afterwards. We have 4 delegations today. Starting us off today, we have no stranger to our committee, Cheryl Parrott of the Hintonburg Community Association. Cheryl has provided a submission to the committee and will be using a PowerPoint presentation today. Both have been shared in the councillors' SharePoint and shared drive. And if we can ensure that the motions that were just presented are distributed to community members either via SharePoint or via email, so that they can be considered throughout the debate. So over to you, Ms. Parrott.
Okay, I'm just getting ready here. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We're very enthusiastic about this proposed strategy and the bylaw changes. And we're very hopeful that it will result in a large decrease in the calls for service for these vacant properties and the very many issues they've caused in our community. We've dealt with an increasing number of vacant, neglected buildings for years, and the cost to the community, bylaw services, fire, and police is enormous. The property management of these buildings has fallen on us rather than on the property owners. We've long advocated that the responsibility for keeping these properties well kept and secure should rest with the owner and not be addressed purely in a reactive way by constant calls to 311. We support placing the obligation for care and security on the owners and support the requirement for the permit system as well as the obligation to attend the property a minimum of once every 2 weeks and to keep a log of visits and remedial work. The stats presented in this report show the huge number of calls for service on these vacant properties, as you saw in the previous slides. And the 1.5 times as likely to generate requests for emergency services is a fear that every neighbor has of a vacant property, and that is fire. Requiring contact info for the responsible person to be posted on the building will allow for much quicker notification and hopefully more rapid response than by creating a service request through 311. We suggest that the 311 call for service capture if the complainant has tried contacting the responsible person and what the outcome of the contact was to ensure that owners respond to community complaints and don't just simply revert to waiting for an order to comply. Maintaining adequate insurance is vital, and we suspect most of the vacant buildings have no insurance, and that transfers the risk to neighbors should there be a fire. Buildings in Hittenburg are often built just 2 to 4 feet apart, so a fire in one building will affect neighboring buildings. We're thankful for the proposed amendments to the board up bylaw to include accessory buildings because this has been an issue for us. We also hope that any board up provide the shortest time possible for compliance to secure the building for safety reasons. We support the new enforcement tools outlined in this report, and we also support the idea of a concierge service to provide a one-stop information for owners of vacant properties. And if you could just go to, this slide is good. So this building has been vacant for about 10 years. There's dumping, there's weeds, graffiti, broken into yet one more time about a week ago. And next slide, please. This one has been empty only for about a year, and it's already been broken into 3 times in that time period. But you can also see the state of it if you're living across the street or beside it. Next slide, please. This one was empty for about 4 years, garbage, weeds, broken into once. Next slide. This one was empty for about 8 years, broken into at least once a year, graffiti constantly, and you can see how they've covered the graffiti with a different colored paint. And weeds. And next slide, please. This one has been empty for about 4 years with dumping, weeds, and graffiti. And so thank you for moving ahead on this strategy so quickly, and we hope that committee will pass this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Perrell. Do we have any questions for our delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us again.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jason Burgraph, who is from the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association. Jason has provided a submission to the committee, and the submission has been shared in the councillor's SharePoint and shared drive. Over to you, Jason.
Thanks so much, Chair. Appreciate the time to speak to you all today. As per my written submission, what we're really looking for here is an exclusion of lots under subdivision, plans of subdivision to be not applicable under the bylaw. It is not something that was discussed with industry or made clear by with industry during consultations over the past few months. Certainly, there was a lot of discussion about vacant buildings and derelict lots within the built-up area, but we were very surprised to see within the draft bylaws released 9 days ago now, that this would include lots under plans of subdivision and lots really, under development applications that clearly I don't think anyone who asked for this work to be done would have considered to be public nuisances or pieces that were concerns of health and safety. I don't think that really was part of what council was asking in terms of this work to be done. And realistically, I think it just something that the bylaw, the way it's written, just sort of overreached and didn't really kind of consider the unintended consequences of including all vacant lands within it as it's currently constituted. My prime example of that is the cost that Councillor El Shantiri has now brought up of when, as it's currently written, each individual lot within a subdivision would be subject to the permit fee, $1,700. If you were looking at that now, a 200 unit development would be $200,000 worth of cost every year on that. Now, clearly, I know that wasn't the intent of this bylaw, and I appreciate staff's efforts to come to a compromise on what that cost would be. It would also apply to lands that we are legally required to hold on to, like schools, like parks. So if a piece of land for a school board is sitting with the developer for 7 years, that is $1,700 every year, and maintenance and all the other items that still come with this permit, by the way, that would be required and added on to the cost there. I know that wasn't the intention of council when they asked again for this work, so I'm appreciative that these things have been put on the floor to be excluded. I really, there's so much kind of about this. I do have other issues. I hope somebody will ask me about housing affordability. I know we're only kind of talking about excluding subdivisions now, but there is certainly, there's an issue with treating every vacant piece of land as you're presupposing that it's a nuisance and that it should be charged for at the beginning. That's going to have a big impact on affordability for infill projects, and I'm glad to provide some more time to that. And that's really related to what the qualifications for the end of vacancy within the bylaw are currently. So it's not something. It's another piece that I want to explore more. I don't have enough time to get into now, but I certainly will. We're happy to see the bylaw. I'm not trying to delay the bylaw. Or anything like that, but I want it to target the issues that it was meant to target. Right now, I think there was a lot of overreach and it's encapsulating a lot of lots that really just were meant to be part of it. So what I'll do maybe is I'll stop there and answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you very much. Councillor El Shantiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jason, for your presentation. So I'll be the brief. Councillor will ask you the question then about affordability. What does that mean to affordability?
Sure. So it really speaks to the end of vacancy in the way it is right now, which is, as it's out in the bylaw, the end of vacancy is determined when a new occupancy permit is issued by BCS. So I understand that makes a lot of sense for derelict properties and derelict lots. However, it's also right now encompassing every infill project that's going to happen in this city. And of course, as my favorite subject is the official plan, so I'm going to tie it back to that. This official plan is calling for 195,000 homes across the city to be built over the next 25 years. A quarter of those, 45,000 homes, are supposed to be from intensification in existing neighborhoods. So staff are counting on those 45,000 homes to come by converting 15,000 homes to three unit multifamily buildings. Fine, that's not the issue here. The issue is as soon as that piece of land is sold to a developer to tear down that home or may do major conversions to a 3-unit family unit, the vacancy tax permit is going to apply because it also right now applies to the time that covers construction. So now you're adding $1,700 to every project, every one of those projects that the city is counting on to do a quarter of the infill housing, that gentle density housing that it was counting on for in existing neighborhoods. So again, I feel it's certainly my job to point out anytime the city is going to add $1 to the cost of housing affordability, and this is a prime one, simply because of where the end of vacancy is determined here. I feel like if you're on an active site, if someone has sold their land to a developer, sold their single family home and the lot to a developer to say, and the plan is to convert this to three multi units under right, that's great. But it's, automatically $1,700 added to that cost for the year for those units. And that's going to be a flow through cost that hits whoever ends up living in those units.
We understand, everyone pass the cost to the homeowner. We understand this, Jason. But at the same time, you just heard the previous representative talking about, those homes been left, and maybe some of them could be bought by a developer or investor. I'm not sure who. So what is the solution to that, Jason?
So let me clarify. I'm certainly, if it's been bought by a developer and it's been sitting there for 4 months, right now there's a 4-month a 4-month waiting period before the permit would kick in. If it's been sitting there for 4 months and permits are ready and no one is doing anything with it, absolutely hit them with the permit bylaw and that should certainly apply. But if it's been changed over to a developer or to a builder to convert into a multifamily and it's an active building site, people are on it every day, doing the development right then and there. That's I don't know who says that's still a vacant home that's going, that's a nuisance property. It's clearly, already in progress to be built and be developed. So if it's an active building site, there's no reason why it should have to pay the permit fee.
Okay, well, and my other question to you, if I may, with the school site, we understand developer has to hold the site, and it happened in a new area, in my area, South March area. Some of the school site has to be held for 7 years, and I understand. And some of the city parks also has been behind as well, so we understand it. But I work with staff, and I hope that motion would at least address that concern with the timeline of the school and the city park to be fulfilled. Is that something we can work with you folks on this one and move forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's just a lot of implications about applying the permit, the bylaw to lots under plans of subdivisions, including schools, including parks, that just weren't discussed with industry because, again, frankly, I don't think they kind of thought of the implications there, and that it wasn't made clear to us that that kind of land would be included. So we're always happy to work with city staff on these things. I think it's just an unintended consequence that hadn't been brought up.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave it that way, but I would encourage Jason, after this meeting, you continue your dialogue with our staff before the next council meeting, and this file come on the front of council. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jason, for your delegation today. I think, obviously, probably this upcoming election, housing affordability is certainly front burner for many people. And I hear your point when it comes to this, and hopefully the work of Eli and working with myself, these two motions will help solve these issues. Because I think you're correct. This was not the intention of where you guys want to build out quickly, because we're hearing time and again, even the provincial government is tongue wagging, saying they want to see things built quicker and faster, and there's, our municipal governments are taking their time on what is happening. Plus, you throw in the fact that as a council, we've made a commitment to a high efficiency development program, which is an additional cost, but I think it's certainly a good one. And I just want, just real quickly, I have a couple of questions related to, do you feel these motions are going to help with that unintended consequence that you're speaking of? And the second one is related to how long have you been working on this bylaw with staff? We've always had a great relationship with GOBA. It seems like there's some concern about, is it 8 days, 2 months? The wording has been kind of strange. And I think this is communications 101 situation. And I'm glad we're working with you and staff to try to get something resolved here.
Sure. Well, to answer the first, yes, I do think it's going to resolve a lot of the concern. Again, no one wants to see an additional $200,000 or more dollars, included on the cost of doing any size subdivision. And so the brief timeline of consultations here is staff approached me about the mid-end of January to start talking about this. We invited them to come to Urban Infill Council. Many of you know a lot of the players on that, specifically, again, because the discussion was about vacant buildings and derelict lots within the built area. At the time, we had that discussion. That was great. At no time did staff kind of turn to us and say, hey, by the way, are you sure none of the greenfield builders or suburban builders want in on this conversation, because it's going to affect their lots too? Like there was an opportunity to bring that up. That never happened. I provided written comments back after this, after our Urban Infill Council meeting. Again, still, it wasn't brought to attention. Again, we're just responding to what staff had talked about at that point. Then mid-March, they issue a white paper, a discussion paper, and a questionnaire about it. The cover note to that white paper still says vacant building strategy review. And the paper and questions that are circulated, I'm happy to provide a copy to anyone, references land 3 times. And it certainly doesn't provide any context that this is going to encapsulate suburban development as well. So again, reading into it, that's all the context we had. I know that at least one builder who does both infill and suburban building did respond to that questionnaire, did have their own private consultation with staff. And I had to reach out and ask them yesterday, say, when you did these things, like, did you get any feeling or any indication that this was also going to encapsulate these subdivision or lots under subdivision? And he said, no, absolutely not. We were understanding that it was all vacant buildings. So the first real indication that we had gotten that this was going to cover these kinds of lands wasn't until the draft bylaw was released ahead of this meeting, which was the 10th of May. I then this issue was then identified. I turned around and went back to staff on Friday the 13th to say, hey, this is an issue for charging individual lots. They said they would look at it and come back to me. On Tuesday, they finally got back and said, okay, here's the consequence, or here's the compromise on the fees, but we still very much want the permit system to apply to vacant lots under plans of subdivision. And I had 24 hours to get an indication either way on a response from the membership that I have just isn't simply sufficient time for me to be able to do that, especially 2 days before May 24 weekend. So we haven't been able to get much consensus on that, but I do think it certainly does help. But that's the timeline that we had with discussions with staff up to this point.
No, and I appreciate that, and thank you for bringing it to our attention. I mean, we always like to keep good relations with our GOBA folk, and we want to ensure we're all swimming in the same direction. So, on that, I do share your concern about the infill bylaw when that comes up. I think that is where what we're doing today is really going to have an impact. I have infills in my community that literally have gone on for 3 years, and we have no stick to be able to deal with these situations, and it's driving me absolutely bananas. So while the base motion I'm quite supportive of, I'm happy to see, thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri, for bringing these forward, because we want to make sure we're doing the best we can for our city. So thank you very much, Jason, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cherney. Councillor Fleury.
Jason, thank you for your delegation. I understand the problem. I think the tool used is probably the wrong one from my perspective. So I want to understand, are you not trying to, if one of your members has land or property, what they're doing is planning to build. And the impetus of keeping a vacant building is a demolition. So isn't your challenge to say, hey, until we get the full approvals and the projects are underway, what we're looking for is to advance a demolition. And so I'm seeing your head nod, and I'm saying, well, that was part of my questions to staff, is that we have a demo bylaw, which is complex. I understand its historic need for it. I understand its continued need specifically for heritage properties, but I question the motions here, and I wonder, are we going after the wrong aspects? Like, why wouldn't you ask for a portion of a waiver to the demo control for purposes of development, which ultimately would make your members not, because ultimately the problem we have is a real problem, which is if a building is vacant, even if it's waiting for good redevelopment, infilling as you've described, the vacancy has risks, it has costs, it has neighborhood impacts. So if the building is to stay vacant, why don't we just demo it if it has no historic value?
So I would agree. The service data that's presented as part of the report does speak a lot to boarded up buildings and how much servicing and calls they receive and require. And you said it, it's extremely difficult to get a demolition permit. Basically, it's tied to also having a building permit for whatever you're going to build next. So in fact, GOBA did suggest both to the staff that are doing this bylaw and the staff that did the vacant unit bylaw as well, to say, the city has got to divorce a demolition permit from a building permit. That's right now, you basically need like special dispensation to be able to knock down a building, even if it's derelict, before without a subsequent building permit for what you're going to do next. So if vacant buildings that are derelict are a magnet for these public nuisance and health and safety and everything else, then the city has really got to maneuver and separate that demolition approvals process from the new build process. And bringing that up, I brought that up to both vacancy bylaws most recently, and we're told that it's just wasn't in the scope of the work that they were doing.
Right. Okay. So just so I capture, we're on committee. We're not in the floor where we could have off the side conversation.
Yeah.
If the report as is gets clearer directions on the demo, the demo aspects of it, then I think it keeps everyone accountable, because ultimately no councillor wants to see a vacant building that's at risk of fire or risk of encampments or okay, can I capture, just so I capture, I understand that why the motions were presented. I think they're in good faith, but ultimately your issue is with the demo control aspects of this.
No, that's a separate item. There's lots that are under plans of subdivision, like in suburban developments, which again, I don't think anyone considers to be nuisance properties, right? That other development isn't around, or it's, again, under a plan of subdivision. So it's a bigger piece of property. But I do agree, and members would welcome changes to the demolition bylaw that allowed you to demo a building without a subsequent building permit already lined up.
Yeah, and there should be additional provisions there. Obviously, we don't want these to turn into surface parking lots. But Councillor McKinney and I have moved a number of motions working with your members to not leave vacant buildings. So I guess I'm of two spirit. I would love I have no issues with the motion, but I don't think they apply necessarily to my area. So I'd love to exclude my area, frankly, from it, because I do think there's some risks. But I'm in favor, and I'll be asking staff relating to reviewing of the demo control, which I think has become a little outdated and needs some refinement. So thank you for the delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, Councillor McKinney, we'll go to Councillor Menard first. That's cool. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Menard.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Councillor McKinney. I don't have many questions, and I'll save some for the staff portion, but I just want to fully understand the issue and how the motions might relate. So the issue is if there's a plan of subdivision, usually these are suburban areas, although they can be urban areas as well, depends on what the property is, if it's new property without having had built on before. The plan of subdivision exists. Is your concern that plan of subdivision staying with no buildings on it, or when the buildings are starting to be constructed and then may not be finished in the future? If you could just separate those two for me.
The way we understand the way the bylaw would apply right now, all the lots in a plan of subdivision, whatever their state is, would be subject to the vacant properties bylaw, and therefore would be, have to pay the fee, have to do all the obligations underneath it as well. And again, as it was written, or certainly as it was distributed a week ago, that's $1,700 for every individual lot. Lots that already are already registered as individual properties, lots that are already paying property taxes, right, by the developer. Like those are, that is the issue, is that the vacancy permit would apply to each one of those individual lots right away. And I don't believe that those were the kinds of vacant land that council was thinking of when they asked for this work to be done.
Okay, thank you for that. How long might we see a plan of subdivision sit there for? I mean, could be years, could be, I've seen some sit for quite a long time. Just on that front, is that incentive to develop there, or what is your view of that type of a permitting system?
If you've got a plan that's been approved and all the lots are subdivided and ready to go, you are losing money by not building on them, right? You need to sell those lots, build those houses, and move on with your life. Builders are not in the job of holding on to land. They're in the job of building homes. So I don't see it as an incentive to push building faster. Again, all it is a punitive measure to those types of lots that aren't a public nuisance, aren't a health and safety hazard. And it's only going to increase the cost for all those new homes and increase the cost for land that's related, like again, parks and schools, which you have to hold on to as part of that subdivision agreement.
I guess, in certain areas where there are vacant buildings now or land that is vacant, we see the need to redevelop those areas on our traditional main streets and other spots. And certainly in Hamilton and in Winnipeg, there is more of an incentive there. I'll be interested in getting staff's view of it, and why they've landed here. Are you aware of the other jurisdictions that do this well with the vacant property bylaw? Are you aware if in those jurisdictions, if they have permitting systems of this sort for plans of subdivision?
So so the city actually included in their annex of this bylaw a review, an environmental scan on what other municipalities do, and no other municipality applies a vacancy permit regime to vacant land.
Right, and on the plans of subdivision, and then the beginning of building in those areas, is that a difference than just the vacant land once the build starts?
I would have to double check about once the building actually starts. I'm not sure about that, but for sure, I know it does not apply to vacant land.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and thanks for delegating.
Of course.
Councillor McKenney.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jason. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Yeah, it's because we're not in person, so we don't run into each other. I just want to be clear. I understand your rationale certainly around plans of subdivision, but you're not necessarily opposed to the permit applying to vacant lots, like in the the built up areas, being underneath this regime. Okay.
No, not at all. We appreciate that can be a public nuisance, or it can be a health and safety hazard. That certainly falls under the act and the provisions that we felt we were talking about at the time.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I just wanted to clarify that, because I certainly can see your point on plans of subdivision and as they're being developed, and no, we don't want to add any additional costs to housing, certainly. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute there. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do appreciate this conversation and this topic, because I initially thought that really this has little relevance to my ward, which is a relatively new ward. But I am seeking clarification, because, as you know, in a plan of subdivision, we set aside a parcel of land for a school and in Ward 22 right now, there are parcels of land that are sitting vacant that are built all around. And the school boards don't, until they get the funding, the parcel of land is going to sit vacant. Right now, I do notice that the land ends up to be a bit of a garbage dump, because people are throwing stuff in there. They figure somebody's going to clean it up eventually. Would this particular parcel, so would the school board be responsible for a permit under the current recommendations? The school board would be subject to the permit fee. Is that what we're looking at here? Would that be fair to say?
If the school board has ownership of that property, then yes, they would be the ones who would pay the fee and be obligated to fulfill it as it's currently kind of laid out. What the time frame is from handing that over from the developer to the school board does differ, depending on how the school board's plans, whether they have a good idea of whether they're going to build a school there or not, right? That kind of when the transfer sort of happens. So, but that does speak to something else that I feel is lacking in the bylaw, and that's really there's no provision for the transfer of a vacancy permit from one landowner to another. So, say that a developer who's held on to this piece, held a piece of land, which again they legally have to do. Right now, unless the amendment goes through, they'd be paying the vacancy permit, doing the upkeep and everything else like that. Once it was transferred over to the school board, right now the school board would have to get its own permit, right? And pay the fee and do everything else. There's no ability for a developer or whomever owns any land to transfer to the next ownership. So in the course of a year, conceivably the city could recoup double those fees because simply of a transfer, because the ownership came under new land. Again, because there's no provision to transfer that from one to another.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for bringing this to light. I do feel though, like Councillor El-Shantiri was suggesting, that I think we have to continue working with staff to address this in some, because the demolition, obviously the demolition permit really has no relevance for the suburban wards like mine. But I don't think it's fair that if we designate a piece of land, it should be subject to fees, because there is no they can't build until we get capital funding. So it's no fault of the owner of the property. So thank you. You've given me something to think about. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions for this delegation? Thank Thank you very much, Jason, for coming out today.
Thank you.
Appreciate your contribution. Up next, we have Lori Marlowe from the Mechanicsville Community Association. Welcome to the committee, and please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Lori Marlowe. I'm with Mechanicsville Community Association. I am extremely pleased to see the amendments and the vacant bylaw. I am very supportive of giving our bylaw officers the tools they need to deal with these nuisance properties, especially to see 2 more positions. We have dealt with vacant properties since the rumbling of LRT, and they have quickly become nightmares for us. One in particular, nightmare on Carruthers, we dealt with pest control, trees, branches falling down, neighbors losing respect for the neighborhood and starting to dump garbage, allowing the dogs to poop on it. Eventually, they tried to build an illegal parking lot that wasn't graded properly. All the material ended up in the neighbors' yards, of course. Eventually, it wasn't secured properly, and they had squatters in that set it on fire and damaged a duplex next door, displacing 2 families. Now, had there been at least a phone number on this property that we could actually deal with them without having to call bylaw over and over, would have made a huge difference. Having civic address on the outside would have helped a lot as well. I want to just put our support behind what they've done. We need this desperately. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for coming out. Truly appreciate it. Any questions for this delegation? Seeing none. We did have a late ad due to some technical difficulties later in the day. So we have one further delegation today in Linda Hood, who I believe is here on behalf of Heritage Ottawa, but maybe here as an individual. I'll let you clarify that for yourself. Madame Hood, over to you. If you could just accept the prompt, there you are.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, my promotion to panelist took a long time. And I'm very sorry, I am the latecomer. I appreciate very much the chance to speak to you. I'm appearing on behalf of Heritage Ottawa to commend this bylaw to you in terms of the protection it offers to vacant heritage properties and lands. So I won't go into all of the details in my submission, but I hope you will go and have a look at it, because there are some very important aspects with relation to heritage that you should perhaps consider. It was a long report, and I didn't read all of the bylaws or the appendices, which you will have to read. So I think it is, accountability is certainly one of the best things about this bylaw. As the other speakers from communities have said, not knowing who to call makes it difficult for neighbors to monitor the heritage properties in their neighborhood. And many neighborhoods are very concerned about their heritage designated properties. They often contact Heritage Ottawa about what can they do about it. The name of the owner, municipal address, of course, is important. And the way that people can get in touch with the owner is very important. We certainly appreciate the special considerations in this bylaw that is given to heritage properties. The fact that it applies to vacant designated heritage properties citywide, including rural areas. The fact that the owners are going to be given an information sheet, which will outline their responsibilities and the heritage characteristics that they're supposed to be protecting. The fact that there will be monitoring. I know there is monitoring going on at the moment, but it is not every 2 weeks. And I'm not certain about the photographs. That was an interesting aspect. The bylaw requires that photos be taken on every inspection. So which will help establish whether or not there is deterioration happening. We also concur with the staff's assessment that the proposed permit regime may result in additional heritage properties being identified and added to the vacant building list. And we do endorse the recommendation to monitor this situation and possibly consider an additional fee for vacant heritage property owners in order to recover the costs that would be required for additional resources. It's very important that we protect heritage resources. It's important that we protect all of our buildings whenever possible, and that we reduce the nuisance effect. But heritage properties are of particular concern. In conclusion, I just would like to say the vacant unit bylaw is an important step towards better management of vacant buildings for Ottawa's neighborhoods, business areas, and particularly for our built heritage resources. And we urge you to approve this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. Any questions for this delegation? Seeing none, I'll just apologize to our next delegation, Salma Al-Shahabi. I'm sorry that I missed you on my list. You are up next. Welcome back to the committee. I'll turn it over to you for 5 minutes. Salma, if you haven't joined us yet, please feel free to go ahead and accept the prompt. I do see you with us.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Not very well, but we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just joining you from my phone, so it might be a bit hard. I'm gonna try my best. Is it better now?
Slightly.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. The reason I'm here today is I was not really involved with the vacant building review or consultation throughout of it until very late after the white paper questionnaire and consultation came out. And when I was looking at the questions, it struck me when they came to the exemptions that a person or an owner who's gone to care is exempted from this permit fee, and I needed to talk to staff. So from my discussion with staff about this, my understanding is it will be required from any owner, whether owner or renter, to be honest. That's what I gained anyway, is if they leave the property for more than a year, they will be required to get a permit. So I wanted to bring this to your attention because, if I were to leave overseas for work and come back within the year, like one of my teachers did, retired teacher, I will not be required to get a permit, as staff explained to me. But if I were to go overseas and spend more than a year, then I will be required to get this permit. And I'm not really sure if this is what the intention of this permit was, because if I'm leaving my belongings in that place, I'm not thinking it's a vacant building or vacant property. So could you clarify from staff, because this will hit every person. It could actually lead to discrimination if people have to go travel for work. And I know the exemption is for temporary travel and snowbirds. But what about people like, I went overseas for 2 years when I got married. I didn't have a property here, but if I did, under this bylaw, would I be required to get a permit? This is one of the concerns I have with this, that I would like you to clarify from staff. And the second one is, in the report, it talks about how boarded up properties have higher risk of break-in and all the calls for service. Yet at the same time, they're requiring to have the contact information of the owner or property management put on a vacant property. And I think that could lead to another safety concern. I know there is a lot of examples they give in Hamilton that it works, but I think it would be best to keep this information private with the city bylaw, that they could contact the person, or maybe with community association, not necessarily put up as a sign, this is a vacant property or vacant building. These are my concerns with this, to be honest.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our delegation? Seeing none, we'll move on to questions to staff. Please go ahead and raise your hand digitally, or press star 9 if you're joining us from the phone, and we'll move to questions for staff. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Matthew Fleury, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff. Thank you, Valerie, Jared, and the team for the review and the report. I think what we're hearing is probably a factor of COVID and Zoom calls here. The elements that are brought up is and certainly no reflection of the level of work that went in. It's probably just conversations that usually happen in a normal format. So Valerie, I'm intrigued. So I'd love to hear your comments relating to the two motions to waive particular elements for development properties, and wondering, I'm sure you've heard my question to Jason relating to demo control. If you could respond to some of those challenges which keep vacant buildings up for infill, vacant, and the same level of risk that you've identified in the report for longer. So wondering if you're able to maybe address those two elements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off with the motions. Staff welcome the input from Jason and the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association. The intent of staff with these regulations was not, of course, to increase the cost of housing being built. We took Mr. Burgraph's feedback very, very seriously. In that regard, staff support Councillor El-Shantiri's motion that the permit fee structure be amended so that the developer or builder who owns more than one lot in a plan of subdivision only have to obtain one permit for that entire plan, plus $25 per lot to cover the additional administrative and enforcement fees for those multiple lots. We certainly support this. We feel that this would allow these lands to come into the permit system without having an undue impact on the cost of housing. In that regard, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chapman, who's here with us today, has some information about service requests that city staff do currently get with respect to those lands, those vacant lands that are slated for subdivision. And he can speak to that if you like. With respect to the effect of demo control, Mr. Chair, I feel that our planning colleagues are best placed to speak to the council approved policies and bylaw for demolition control. So I would turn that question over to my colleague, Court Curry.
Thanks, Valerie. Chair. Certainly, demolition control is a blunt tool. As members may know, it was put in place by the former city of Ottawa for generally the lands from Maitland Avenue through to Saint Laurent and then down to the Rideau River. It has been fairly successful over the last 22 years since amalgamation in the city of Ottawa of preserving housing stock, which is really why it was put in place by the former city of Ottawa. And at this time, staff do see the need to continue with this tool. It's not on our work plan to do a wholesale review. That said, as the delegation raised today, and as you've raised as well, Councillor, there are instances where there may be a public benefit to seeing an earlier removal of a building that is not habitable. And so as part of our response to Bill 109, you're going to see a report coming forward to Planning Committee at the end of June, detailing ways in which we can respond to Bill 109 and improve housing affordability. This will be one of the areas that we may wish to explore in the coming term of council.
Okay, is that a direction that could be given to add to the consideration of bylaw reviews? Does it need motion? Like, how do we?
I'm happy to take that back and discuss with Mr. Willis. I think that some of the issues raised today are bona fide. I don't think you're going to see the recommendation from staff ever to eliminate demolition control. We see it as a valuable tool to preserve housing stock, but we know it's an imperfect tool. And certainly with the passage of time since it was first implemented, I'm happy to take that back and we'll respond to council appropriate.
Okay. I wonder, clerk, if we could just reflect that in the minutes, just if someone's searching that, I think that's important. The other aspects is in relation to exclusion. So Valerie, I have no particular challenge with Councillor El-Shantiri's motion, but I do want to exclude my zone. I don't think it'd be appropriate for amassing of lots and waiver of those vacancies. So unless you can reassure me that it wouldn't apply to my community, then I would ask for an exemption of the area. Is that something that you could clarify? Unless, if that would be needed, if that's my goal.
Mr. Chair, just to be absolutely clear, Councillor, you are referring to Councillor El Shantiri's motion that areas that are reserved for schools and parks be excluded from the bylaw. Is that the particular motion you're referring to?
I mean, I'm fighting schools all the time and their vacancies have major issues for us. So yeah, I would like to exempt myself from that, yes.
Mr. Chair, with respect then, I would turn that question over to legal or planning staff to discuss the area of the effect of this exclusion with respect to schools in Ward 12.
Go ahead, Tim.
Mr. Chair, this is intended for parcels on plans of subdivision that would be reserved for school sites or for parks. And my opinion would be it's highly unlikely that one would see such a subdivision in Ward 12.
Yeah, that was my reading of it, but I think for the record, it is important. So just to clarify, a vacant school in the city's core, the school boards will have to pay to get a vacancy permit.
So I will work with Ms. Bietlow to ensure the final language that goes in the bylaw. Make sure that the vacant school sites and parks are just those located in plans of subdivision coming forward, Mr. Chair.
Great. Okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you to both. Councillor El Shantiri, looking for clarification. I appreciate your motion and the need for it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, staff, for the clarification. Truly appreciate it. Vice Chair Egli, please.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, in the report, and I'm not sure who's best able to answer this, but in the report, there's a breakdown of the various properties within the city and by ward. I was surprised to see my ward as high as it is in terms of the number of properties. And I was just wondering if you know, is that a correlation to the damage done by the tornado that people are still dealing with, or do you have a rationale as to why the numbers are as they are?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd pass that question over to my colleague, Jared Riley, who did the research on the city's current vacancy list.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor, I can confirm that there are a couple of properties on the list in your ward that were damaged by the tornado and continue to remain vacant. The other properties on the list are just vacant for a variety of factors. Some for redevelopment and others have no development plans at present. But yes, there's two of the properties in your ward were specifically indicated as tornado damaged.
And are we treating properties impacted in that way, tornado damage, flood, you name the natural disaster, will they be treated differently under this, or will they be treated the same as any other property?
Chair, those properties would be covered by the exclusion the fee exemption for catastrophic events. So we would want that property to still be in the permit system to protect the neighbors, but we would waive the fee for 2 years to give an opportunity to deal with the insurance matters and plan for reoccupancy.
Okay, that seems like a reasonable compromise. My last question, and again, this may be a little further afield, but what do we do with properties? And some staff on the line will know which property I'm talking about. What do we do with properties for whom we've given a building permit? Construction starts and it just stops, and it stops for years. My frustration in dealing with this is I've been told there's a building permit, it's been issued. And I have one property in particular, and again, I think staff knows what I'm talking about. It's been years since there's been any work, and it sits there in the middle of a neighborhood. Everybody else has to sit and look at it, live across the street from it, will this bylaw have any impact on that, or can they shelter under the fact that they have applied for a building permit and it has been issued in accordance with the city's bylaws and provincial legislation, so that they can just sit there until they're done?
Mr. Chair, it's staff's recommendation that those properties, if they are vacant for more than 120 days, regardless of whether they have a building permit or not, still be required to hold a permit under this bylaw. The purpose of that is so that they come into the permit regime, that they are identified, that they are monitored, that 2 proactive inspections a year occur to see what the state of the property is, if there's any property standards, property maintenance violations, or other bylaw violations, and that the owner be held accountable during that period of vacancy. So the proposed bylaw would require that owner obtain a permit if the property remains vacant, even during the period when a building permit has been issued. We know that pardon me.
Go ahead.
We know that there are vacant properties on the current list that have gone through several cycles of development applications, or for which multiple permits have been issued, yet they remain vacant. And so we are conscious that those properties, if they're not well maintained during that period of vacancy, can have both the negative impacts on their neighbors that we've heard about, but also the cost for city services are there in terms of service requests.
So just for complete clarity then, so if someone has a building permit that's been sitting there for 3 or 4 years and minimal work has been done on the piece of construction, they can't hold that up as a shield and say, no, I got a permit, it's all good. They will still have to go into this new regime and will still be monitored like any other property in the new regime, correct?
Correct, that's what staff recommend.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I wanted to thank staff for this, because it's been a lot of work over the term, and you've fulfilled a lot of the mandate that was given to you right away on the bylaw review for this term. And this is one that we had requested very early on, and really appreciate you including this in these discussions. And the work has been, I think, excellent in terms of trying to be a leader in Ontario when it comes to vacant buildings. Obviously, our example in our ward has been West Coast Video, and we managed to, have that demolished very recently. But it had been there for 11 years before that, and something like this would have really helped incentivize redevelopment or demolition to proceed to redevelopment later on. I did want to touch on Mr. Burgraph's delegations and just try to probe a little bit more on what we're looking at, because there's 2 El Chantiri motions, one on the parks and the schools. I think that makes total sense. And then the other one would, I guess, change what's in the report now for the vacant units in plans of subdivision. And I just want to understand how it changes the report for those plans of subdivision and the reason for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When staff received the feedback from Mr. Burgraph about the concern for developers or builders who own multiple individual lots on a plan of subdivision, he mentioned that the cost of obtaining a permit for those lots, especially in a big subdivision, would be onerous. So we took that away, and we realized this was an unintended consequence. So what staff are proposing, and that is reflected in Councillor El Chantiri's motion, is that in those circumstances, those vacant lots still be included in the permit regime, because they still can lead to service requests. But that the developer or the builder, so the owner, whoever they are, of more than one lot within that plan, only have to obtain one permit and pay one permit fee for that plan. in addition to $25 per lot to cover off bylaw and regulatory services, administration and enforcement fees of dealing with multiple lots on that site. So one permit fee of $1,703 plus $25 per lot.
Okay, that's helpful. Without the motion, what would it have been? Because I think I understand it makes sense to me on that, but how would it have changed without that motion? I'm just trying to understand. It would have been have to get a permit for every single lot on the site?
Yes, okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, that is the consequences that we didn't anticipate.
Okay, very good. No, that makes total sense. Now, I did read that letter that Chair Luloff had mentioned that got sent in. So there are other issues raised there. And is this the only sort of major request from GOBA with regard to the subdivision lots? I mean, is there more that they're asking for in this case? It was mentioned by Mr. Burgraph that other municipalities don't have, I think with the exception of Hamilton, the vacant lot designation within their vacant building bylaws. And so I just wanted to, if you could expand on that point, you know, I want to end up in a good place on this that kind of meets of our needs in every single ward in the city. But on that point, I just wanted to further explore with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other municipal regimes do address vacant lots where there have been demolitions on those lots or where there were previous buildings on those lots. They do not address vacant lands that are destined for subdivision development lands. Those are included in the recommended bylaw. There are instances where there are service requests for bylaw and regulatory service to attend those lands. Mr. Chapman is here, can speak to the nature of those service requests. So it is staff's preference that they be included in the permit regime with that modified fee structure so that they can be monitored as part of this regime going forward. But in that regard, we are in the hands of committee.
Okay, I will ask Mr. Chapman, Chair, with your indulgence, just to speak on that and what kind of service requests they might get in this case.
Sure, go ahead, Roger.
Good morning, and thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. It's very difficult for us to determine exactly how many service requests we're receiving within those newly registered subdivisions. What I can speak to is the types of service requests that we've experienced over the years, and it really relates to particularly when some of the lots become occupied. So the houses are built on some of the lots and people have moved in. We start to get complaints about waste and debris on some of the vacant lots. We get complaints about construction material being stored there, garbage dumpsters being left on site, overflowing, long grass and weeds, ponding of water, you know, the creating breeding ground for mosquitoes and things. That's the type of complaints that we're receiving.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, that was kind of what I was trying to raise in the delegation, because sometimes you're getting some build out, but then there's a number of other lots that are not built out. So there's some built, some not, and that happens all the time in subdivisions, right? So that's how it works. So I think I better understand this now, and you know, appreciate the staff clarification, and really, you know, excited to wholeheartedly support your work in this report, and just thank you again for all the efforts here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, I appreciate all the hard work on this report. And I have to admit, I was pleasantly surprised when I thought it was about buildings at first. And then when I saw it was about properties, that was very helpful, I think, because there's properties that just sit there, and you just think right now, like with intensification, these could be put to good use, but you know, there's nothing to get things moving. So I appreciate all the hard work. I realize that the majority of the action here is in the core, in the downtown and central urban areas. It's pretty clear. I've got some in my area, and they're every one of them. There's only 7 that you've listed. Seems like there's more, but they of course drive everybody crazy, and some of them are very complicated. So I appreciate that, and I'm actually sympathetic to GOBA in terms of what they've raised, and I appreciate that that will be worked out, because it's clear that this is intended for those nuisances of abandoned buildings and properties in the central core primarily, but we have to keep an eye on it. And but I think it was worth raising the concerns about subdivisions. And being a former trustee, I know how long a school lot can sit there before you get the funding. You know, it takes a long time, and you have to have those lots ready for when the funding comes in. So they would be sitting a long time. So I'm glad that there's some clarification on that. My question is, in terms of a lot that, okay, it's the bylaws come in, and the lot is going to be fine because it's sitting there empty, and it's, you know, it's owned by, in some cases, I can think of a couple of examples. It's owned by a corporation, and maybe they don't, you know, they're just paying the fines and nothing's moving. This happens with abandoned gas station lots because they're brownfields and they're complicated, and they just keep moving. Is there anything else that we can do, or I just want to know what happens in a situation like that, because I can see that being an issue.
Mr. Chair, the permit regime does account for corporate owners. If their building or lot is vacant more than 120 days, they would be required to take out a permit. They will have to provide Bylaw and Regulatory Services with contact information about their corporation, of course, but also contact information for a representative and property manager if they have one. So we feel that we have accounted for corporate owners. They will be accountable under the permit regime as well. In terms of non-compliance, the bylaw does have offenses built in. So failure to take out a permit or failure to meet the requirements of the bylaw may be subject to enforcement with progressive fines and other enforcement tools, which Mr. Chapman can speak to if needed.
I just wondered if it's a property that's designated a brownfield, therefore requires more attention. Does that complicate matters?
Not from the permit perspective. What we're proposing is not to interfere with other planning policies that deal with brownfields, but that brownfield owner, if the building remains, or pardon me, the lot remains vacant after 120 days, they would be required to get a permit so that that lot can be monitored under the proposed permit regime.
Great, thank you. I do have a vacant house that is sitting there that is now in the development. It's been bought and there's a development proposed. Would that since there's a development proposed, I know this is what we were talking about. Is that sort of on its way then? Or do they have 120 days to knock down that house and start building?
Yes, according to our definition under the proposed bylaw, once the bylaw comes into force, the 120 days would start ticking as of the day the bylaw comes into force.
Okay, well, I know that people will be very happy to see these derelict houses, and I appreciate going down, and I appreciate all the hard work you've put in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor McKinney, please.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank staff. This has been a long time coming, and we, you know, for various reasons, don't want homes to be left empty while people are living in shelter and becoming homeless at a growing rate in the city, and also the effect it has on the surrounding neighborhood. Even with the vacant property aspects of the bylaw, I'm encouraged often, and I just want to make a note, because I know we're not dealing with it today, but it's come up, like the demolition control and its connection to building permits. And I can understand, because I would rather not have a derelict building. I would rather have a temporary use, like a community garden or park space. But what happens 99.9% of the time is that you don't get park space, even though you're supposed to, or you don't get landscape space, even though you're supposed to. We get parking lots. We get parking lots, especially in the downtown, because parking lots are worth much more money than buildings are. We're actually going to have an application in front of us for one on Nepean Street, where we're going to be asked to take down affordable housing for a parking lot coming up. So I just wonder, from staff's perspective, I noted, like on page 12, that the bylaw, the property standards part of the bylaw, is anticipated to, it says, reduce stormwater runoff, soil erosion, pooling water by requiring vacant properties where they've been demolished to be graded with more permeable materials. So will you have, with this bylaw and the required FTEs, will you have the enough resources in place to ensure, because it's just not happened to date. The owners of these lots just set up parking lots, and then they're impossible to remove. And you can go after them, but once they're established, we cannot get rid of them. So will this give you what you need for bylaw to go in and ensure that parking lots are not established where buildings have come down, or where they are down, or where we have vacant lots, that we're able to enforce the provision for no parking?
Mr. Chair, happy to start off this answer and then turn it over to Roger Chapman from the enforcement perspective. The proposed vacant property bylaw would not apply to vacant lots that have been rezoned and that are being used for a use that is in compliance with zoning. So in other words, Councillor, legally approved parking lots or legally approved temporary uses would not require a permit under this bylaw. That being said, vacant lands that have illegal uses on them would be considered vacant up until the time that they're reoccupied or that they are used in accordance with the zoning bylaw. So that owner would require a permit under the proposed regime up until that time. In terms of enforcement of those illegal uses, I would turn that over to Roger Chapman.
And just to clarify, I understand that if it's already got a legal use for parking, that it doesn't apply. But what happens time and time again is buildings come down. I can point to, if I had a Google map right now of Somerset Ward, I could show you dozens of examples where buildings have come down and they've just turned into parking lots. And I mean, Roger can confirm they're almost impossible to get rid of. And they just become non-conforming is what happens. So I'm just looking for that additional enforcement in addition to the permit fee, that we can be on top of the owners of these lots to ensure that they don't get turned into parking lots, because they're worth so much money as a parking lot. You can imagine, it's like making money.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So in cases where, I mean, the permit is still applicable here, because these are still vacant lots following the demolition of the property, keeping in mind that we do have, we are getting two, or the recommendation is to get two dedicated resources to be able to enforce provisions of this bylaw. So there will be regular monitoring of these vacant properties. So that will certainly help with taking timely and effective enforcement on those illegal uses.
Okay, so that was my other question is, for monitoring empty lots where a building has just come down or where, they don't have parking as a legal use. Also to have the owner or somebody on behalf of the owner attend to a vacant building every 2 weeks. How are we going to ensure that this is occurring?
Mr. Chair, so those checks will be done, based on previous activity. So let's be honest here. I think will be 2 inspections per property per year is what our mandate is. But these problematic properties that we're all speaking of, they'll have a lot more attention. And these requirements and provisions of the bylaw for biweekly inspections and also logging the information. So they need to take photos. They need to log the time that they were there and any remedial work that's occurred. Those logs, we can request that information. So we'll be monitoring that. If we show up on the property and see that there's obvious violations, we'll be asking for those logs and verifying that information to ensure that those inspections by the property owner are occurring.
Okay. And sorry, just one last question. I love the idea, obviously, of having contact information on buildings. I do believe that it will reduce the issues that neighbors see. How do we ensure, though, that it goes to a real person? I mean, I'll throw out Somerset House as an example, but we have others where I'm not sure that we even know who the owners are. So how will we ensure that contact information actually, when you make the phone call, that somebody has responded to it, or it doesn't just go into into the ether?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great question. We will be verifying those numbers. So the officers, when they're on site doing their inspections, will be dialing those numbers to ensure that there's actually somebody answering the call on the other end.
Excellent. I imagine that community members will likely do the same thing. So thank you, Chair. No other questions, and thank you to staff for the recommendations in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly express my support for the recommendations before us today. I know that this is primarily an urban core issue, but it's not only an urban core issue. It extends into communities such as the one I represent. And I can tell you that vacant derelict buildings that are neglected and the properties that are neglected have a grave negative impact on the abutting communities. And it's been a frustration even to be able to identify, one, Roger knows it well, that I believe the owner of the property is out of the country. It's been very difficult to reach and deal with. It has been a huge draw on bylaw services, and clearly a regulatory regime is necessary to be able to appropriately deal with these problem properties. And there is no doubt that to the extent this new regulatory regime will act as a deterrent for leaving properties vacant in a time when we have a housing crisis, I think that this is also a positive outcome. So just wanted to add my thanks to the city staff for all of the work that has gone into bringing us here today, and certainly support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we could have the committee coordinator, please place on the screen the motions in the order that they were moved. So on flurry, motion number 1. Is this motion carried?
Carried.
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 Flurry motion number 2.
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Wonderful. Look how organized Joey is today. This is wonderful. On the third motion.
What happened to number 3 in that list? It's 1, 2, 4.
Oh, can we go back to the other one?
Was it This one, 1, 2, 4. Is there a three?
Subsection, I think it's subsection 4, adding to section
Okay,
18 of the
okay.
proposed bylaw.
Okay.
No, it does look a little off. No, good flag there, Councillor. On the third motion, moved by Councillor El Shantiri. Is this
Carried.
motion carried?
Carried.
Wonderful. On the fourth motion, moved by Councillor El Shantiri. Is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Wonderful. On the report as amended, carried?
Carried.
I'd just like to say thank you to staff, Mr. Chair, for helping with those motions and get where we are, and to my colleagues as well. It's great to see all of us put together for this bylaw, and staff to be commended for reaching out to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Agreed.
Item number 2, for which we have delegations as well, and it's been we have no presentation planned on this item. However, we do have delegations. This is the vehicle for hire bylaw, the amendment to insurance requirements and taxi industry request for taxi cab tariff, the meter rate adjustment. We are being asked today to approve a taxi cab tariff meter rate increase of 10% as detailed in document number 3 to take effect on June 11th, 2022. And further amendments to the vehicle for hire bylaw to provide for commercial general liability insurance of not less than $2 million required for taxi cab brokers, plate holders, limousine service licensees, and private transportation companies to take effect on November 1st of this year, and to delegate authority to the Director of Bylaw and Regulatory Services to prepare the necessary amending bylaw to take effect upon enactment. I would like to give Roger Chapman an opportunity to say a few words if he wishes before we move on to our delegations. Would you like to take that opportunity, Mr. Chapman, or would you like to move on to our delegations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, sure. I think it's important to mention that the request did come from the taxi industry and the taxi union, and we have followed the prescribed provisions of the bylaw, which outline the process for seeking the approval of the taxi meter rate. So it's just speaking to the taxi cost index. So we've worked that formula, and we've determined that there is a tolerance for the 10% increase. So that's what staff is recommending today, and that's what was requested by the industry. And then the second piece is the insurance, and we have done some consultation with the stakeholders and representatives of the drivers through the union, as well as the taxi brokers, and we think that we have concurrence here and support. What we're trying to do here is to help the drivers out. We understand that, and I'm sure that most the committee members here have heard from the industry that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to obtain the $5 million CGL requirement. So we're making the recommendation to reduce that to $2 million. Part of the review that we did was, checking with other municipalities, not only across Ontario, but across Canada. And the only other municipality that we were able to find that had a $5 million requirement was the city of Belleville. So no other large municipality across Canada has a $5 million requirement. So that's the recommendation you have before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 5 delegations in attendance today on this item. If we can ensure that we have the delegation that's up next also admitted to the room, just for ease of flow. Our first delegation in attendance today.
Mr. Chair, sorry. I do have a motion, and I think it would be proper to introduce the motion if Joey can put it on the screen. So your
my apologies.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I had my hand up, but okay. So this is this motion, whereas the vehicle for hire bylaw 2016-272 as amended regulated taxi cabs, limousine, and private transportation companies. And whereas the bylaw required that any new or replacement taxi cab vehicle entering the fleet must be maximum of 5 model years of age, whereas the model year of vehicle is not included in the vehicle age calculation, and whereas this provision has traditionally served to attempt to address potential vehicle deterioration associated with higher mileage and usage, and and where many taxi cab vehicles have not been in full operation during 2020 and 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, when taxi cab service were in lower demand, and whereas the taxi industry report that availability of another vehicle suitable to use as a taxi cab to serve residents and visitors, particularly hybrid and full electric vehicle, is significantly limited, which is confirmed by staff based on the current market, and where based on foregoing, it is prudent and reasonable to consider increasing vehicle entry age restriction to support the taxi cab industry ability to rivalize in place in the public transportation network, and whereas it will also be prudent and reasonable to promote the use of hybrid and fully electric taxi cab vehicles, given the city's initiative to support climate change objectives, whereas staff will be in coming year be reviewing aspect of the vehicle for hire bylaw specific to taxi cab with a view to addressing issue raised by the industry in this and other respect to result in a report to council in early 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that council delegate authority to chief license inspector to permit standard and accessible taxi plate holder to license hybrid or fully electric taxi cab vehicle that are up to 7 model years of age, where the model year of the vehicle is not included in the vehicle age calculation, provided the vehicles meet the taxi cab vehicle requirements of vehicle for hire bylaw 2016-272 as amended, and that such delegate authority be in place until March 31st, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Our second delegation is George Jarwan. Please accept the prompt to become a panelist so that once we're finished with the first delegation, you can jump on. So George, please accept the prompt to join us. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Our first public delegation today is Syed Abdul Latif Dadshani. Mr. Dadshani, welcome, and please go ahead. Over to you for 5 minutes. Do we have Mr. Dadshani with us? I see
He's
you
coming
joining
online
us
now, Chair.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Eric. Mr. Dadshani, over to you for 5 minutes. Go ahead. I can see you here, sir. You'll need to unmute yourself. Are we having some technical difficulties? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity to give me to speak to you on this issue of taxi licensing. My name is Latif Dadshani, Syed Abdul Latif Dadshani. I've been taxi license drivers and owner for the last 20 years. I've been actively involved in the city of Gloucester, Cumberland, Ottawa, and new city of Ottawa, all the way in preparing their bylaws or amending their bylaws, and as well as paratransport, bringing to taxi industry. I had a excellent good meeting with Mr. Rogers Chapman yesterday, and I thank him for his understanding. And although I made a written submission in full details of all issues concerned to the taxi industry, but I concentrate only on the 2 issues and the item right now, and leave that as our concern for your attention, that you have the written submission in front of you. And I really appreciate and support that proposal of increasing the taxi meter. It was not an easy decision for taxi industry to ask for, but as you know, the gas price, the inflation, the housing, food, and everything forced the taxi industry to ask for that, and it's totally reasonable, and thank you for that. On the issue of the commercial insurance, as Mr. Chapman said, if it's not impossible, it's hard to get it. 5 million liability. The other day I was in the archive of the city. I look into the bylaws from 1971 till now, and different municipalities. Before the amalgamation, there was 1 million liability, and till 2004 or 5 or 6, and then became 2 million, then jumped to 5 million. 5 million is not only has increased the liability, but it was impossible to get one. And especially for over 200 taxi drivers that are out of the taxi services connection with the taxi company because of the disagreement on the issue of paying dispatch fee. They could not get any insurance, and their plates that there was life-saving and spend millions of dollars on that, they're on the shelf with the city. As you know, if you compare the city of Ottawa to across the river with Gatineau, we are paying threefold of what they are paying for insurance. And if the taxi insurance big mother companies, they are thinking it's too expensive to have commercial insurance for taxis, it should be investigated why it's too expensive for them. I know that the insurance is liability or regulation is part of the other levels of the government than municipal, but you as our politicians, our government, and as our regulator, first of all, you can't regulate something which is impossible. Second, you're much better position than me or my union or my taxi companies to go to the provincial and federal government to make it affordable and accessible insurance available for the taxi industry. And in general, as you know, if you look at the bylaw of the city of Gloucester and licensing department, in 2014 there were 2,700 taxi driver licenses, and now it went down to 11 or 1,200. So this 1,500 full-time job that sometimes the taxi or double shift, night shift and day shift, and for the weekend they have different shifts. It came down to 11 or 1,200, and they are barely making money for survival or providing the service. So those 1,500 people that they lost their full-time job, their big families behind them, and because of their age or language barrier and lack of experience, probably it's hard to get any other job. It's going to have a very negative consequences on their family and kids, socioeconomic consequences. So overall, of the taxi industry bylaw is needed much, as Mr. Chair you mentioned in the opening, and also Mr. Chapman said that. But I think you said that it's end of the term. You want to leave it for early next year. I totally understand that. But it's also an election year, and the people that don't want to run, they don't want to have a stamp in there. And then also people who wants to run, they don't want to get into affecting their electability. But anyways, it is affecting the life of taxi industry as a whole, companies and brokers and plate holders and drivers, and also as well as consumers in the city of Ottawa. 1 million people of Ottawa and any visitors coming to this city. I really urge you to look into my written submission that I'm not going to mention it in details right now, but in summary, I put points that these are supposed to be taken care. And I really appreciate your time and effort and your care. Thank you very much. And I finished my.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question for the delegation. Sir, my understanding is that there's not a big difference in the premium for $2 million versus $5 million liability. You seem to be saying the opposite to that. Can you give me an idea how much $2 million in coverage would give you or would cost you in comparison to $5 million?
Well, I believe since the increase of the premium, the increase of the liability, the insurance jumped $300-400 premium on the taxi drivers, and more than that, its availability is a problem. I mean, you know that there are almost 200 taxi drivers. Because of any kind of dispute with the taxi companies in the union, because at the time of pandemic they are out of the company, and when they were approaching big brokers for insurance, nobody is willing to give them insurance, and it has become so expensive. And I mean, it has to be dealt with that anything put in the bylaw, it should be available and it should be reasonable.
So you say $300 to $400 for a year or
a month?
$300 or $400 a month. That's the change in the premium. I think we are. If we're not, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we were going to remove the provision that you must have $5 billion. That you can now have less liability. Is that? Do I have that correct? Is staff there?
Well, it was not less than 5 million was the last bylaw in 2014 was in effect, and now they're proposing less than not less than 2 million. So yeah, it should be that is existing. That's the limit, not less than 5 million.
Yeah. Well, so $2 million is fine. You can live with that. That's okay.
Much better than 5 billion. Yes, but more than that, I really like the city as our representative, as a licensee that you require us to provide this kind of insurance. Deal with your provincial and federal counterpart for accessibility and fairness and availability of the insurance.
My understanding is that most drivers prefer to have I'm not sure if every taxi driver has the challenge of getting the 5 million liability, but most of them like to carry that because if you're sued, it's often for more than $2 million. Is that, would you dispute that? Because this is what I've been told.
Well, how many cases we have of sued that they went to 5 million? I mean, and as Mr. Chapman said that except Bylaw for the whole country, nobody's having that. I mean, nobody's in trouble there, then why should we be in trouble? And we are not more busier than Montreal or Toronto.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Channing, for joining us today. Up next, we have George Charawan for 5 minutes. George, over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. My name is George Charawan. I have been working under Coventry Connections, Blue Line Taxi and Paratransport since 1988. First, on behalf of 120 taxi plate owners, I would like to express our frustration that we are feeling at the unjust treatment practiced against us by Coventry Connections and the union, for which we have been affiliated for many years. While in a state of emergency, the Premier said that all court orders, contract, and collective agreement be put on hold. And the Premier repeated again to all company not to use the COVID-19 against any employees, or they will have to deal with them. The Prime Minister also stated on March 13, 2020, that nobody will lose their job. Our local union, Unifor, went ahead and signed the collective agreement without our consent. Unfortunately, with this agreement, Coventry Connections continue to charge us dispatch service fee for all those months that we stay home. That is truly unfair to pay for a service that we did not receive during the emergency pandemic time. Coventry Connections terminated our plates with the company after 31 March 2021. We went to the labor board. We told us that we had a union and that they could not help us with this issue. And when we went back to the union, they told us we were no longer a union member due to the fact that we had not paid the taxi stand rent fee and our union fee. Therefore, you are not a union member, so we cannot help you. As a group of taxi and accessible plate owners, we plan to establish our own taxi company to free our service from the monopoly and exploitation of Coventry Connections. Following this step, we hire a lawyer to establish our company. Our lawyer contact Bear McGregor, the Coventry Broker Insurance, to obtain a quote. But unfortunately, they refused to offer us insurance. Although we have been affiliated with the same insurance while we were at Coventry Connection, and they have all our files. The company shut all doors for the driver and left us with nowhere to get our job back. Therefore, this is why I stand before you today to overcome a huge obstacle for us driver, the monopolistic insurance practice, which forces a $7 million commercial liability clause. We can overcome this hurdle without assistance from the council. As you know, in September of 2021, many government benefits has been stopped, and where 90% of drivers stood with no income whatsoever up to date. Honorable Councillor, the opportunity to provide better service for our citizens of our great city, for our friends and neighbors with mobility challenges, and for taxi driver and their family who have lost their economic livelihood is in your hand. This is your chance to put your words in action. Please give us a fair chance to regain our economy livelihood, which we lost because of a pandemic that was beyond everyone's control. Please cast your vote for a fair and equitable system for insurance. Thank you very much for your attention to this sensitive matter.
With 5 minutes to spare, George. Well done, sir. Eli, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, George, for your presentation. George, you know, city council or city government, we can't tell either the union or the owner of Coventry how to run their business. All what's on the front of us today, George, and hear me out, what's staff and union and councillor, we work together with staff and Mr. Chapman, he's gonna, introduce the, lowering the insurance from 5 million to 2 million. Is that something you would like to see? And this is something what we can do as a committee and recommend to council for approval. Is that what would you like to see? Reducing the insurance?
Of course, to reduce from 7 million to 2 million. That's what everybody asking for.
Okay, my other question to you is, would you be also happy to see increase to the meter? It's been recommended by Mr. Chapman, and we work also with the union and my colleague to get to that point. Are you in agreement with that? Because those are the things we can do. I can't control what others do.
I am completely agree.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
I have a feeling that Eli scooped Tim a little bit on some of the questions. Tim, please go ahead, sir.
100%. Dad and I have been working very close together on this. We feel we're very tight with this community, and I want to thank Roger as well, and I'll get to that in the staff wrap up, for listening. George, I know it's been a very difficult couple of years for you, and based on your submission today, this 2 million versus 5 million is a major game changer for industry, where it will free up and actually probably create even better competition, where it's not all under the umbrella of one individual. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So on that note, I just want to express my sincere thanks to you, George. I know it's been a very tough couple of years. I know you personally and your lovely family, and it's been really difficult, and hopefully this will help correct some of the things. My colleagues and myself, I'm already seeing a lot of nodding heads, or I think this is going to pass, and hopefully that will make things better.
Thank you so much. Any chance I can talk another 1 minute? No.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question, Tim?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, George.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Yarwan? Seeing none. Moving on to Tony Hajar. Tony, no stranger to this committee either. Very good to see you again today. Please go ahead for 1 minute, sir. 5 minutes, sorry.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry to be here today because of all these issues, but I'm just hoping to be able to point out to council about some of the bylaws that are preventing all of us, all the people who lost their jobs during the pandemic, from coming back to taxi. And one of the bylaws, especially, no new drivers are coming into taxi because of some of the bylaws. So I'm hoping to be able to convince you to know some of these bylaws that I know council can do about now. I know George Erawan and the previous delegate was talking about the insurance. Well, let me tell you, I was the one shopping around for the insurance, and I lobbied few insurance companies, and many of them did say, we will not touch Ottawa taxi insurance because of that extra $5 million liability. Now, I did find an insurance company who's standing by, who's willing to come and give us insurance. And once that $5 million liability is removed, yes, insurance will be a lot cheaper to all of us. But the main issue that I want to discuss is how the accessible taxis, so many of them, there's a couple of bylaws on the accessible taxis. One that I saw a bylaw where many drivers were being charged. They were if at a time when they receive a call for an accessible car and they were not able to do it, the next day they were called into the inspector's office and they were given fines. Now there's quite a few of these drivers that this happened to them. There's also, now, other than the cost of operating the taxi and the insurance, And now to invest in an accessible vehicle is so high, there is no way any income now coming back, even with Coventry. With Coventry, it might be easier, but there's 79 accessible licenses now they are returned to the city, and many of these owners are ready to walk away because they saw that, I mean, they did experience operating the accessible vehicle. Even in the good times, they didn't have enough income to support these kind of costs. Now, the other issue that I was hoping that this council to give an incentive to these accessible vehicles to start, or the accessible license plate owners to start to invest again in accessible vehicles. I'm hoping to point out to council to start to tell these people that you are willing to look on how to download some of Paratranspo to all accessible vehicles. Now, I know for a fact that Paratranspo, an accessible vehicle will cost $10 less per passenger to be done in an accessible taxi than it is done by a bus. And I got this information from quite a few years ago from the general manager of Paratranspo. Now, if you let these accessible plate owners that there is a chance that they can invest in a accessible taxi again, that there is a chance that they can build up their work to have good income if Paratranspo would start to be able to give all these accessible cars some of their calls. The other bylaw that is on the books now that is preventing these accessible vehicles from coming online or investing again is that every accessible or every license, every taxi license have to be working with a broker, with a taxi broker. And since Coventry Connections preventing all these accessible and plate owners from coming back to Coventry Connections unless they go and they pay them the last 2.5 years of stand rent that they haven't been working, and that could come up to way over $10,000. So now that like that has to be, you can do it right now, or at least you can give the chief inspector to use his own discretion to allow that these people to go and renew their licenses without having to be working under a broker. And
if you can wrap up, Mr. Hajar.
Sorry?
If you can wrap up, your time is up, but yeah, please.
Well, I'm just hoping that council would look at these bylaws that is preventing all plate owners and new drivers from coming into this, into taxi. And the unfortunate thing is all these plate owners are seniors. They're way over 65 and they are all ready to leave. And if they leave, there is nobody to replace them. That is the number one issue that we need to look at. No one to replace all these drivers. They're all over 65 and 70 that came back just to try and salvage something from their investment. So please let them know you will look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Hajar. We'll be able to expand on some of this, I think, in the question and answer period here. Up first, asking you questions is Councillor Brockington. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to Mr. Hajar. It's good to hear from you again. It certainly has been a trying time for the industry over many, many years, not just limited to COVID. As my colleague, Councillor El-Shantiri stated, we're today focused on two main things. One is the meter rate and the other is the insurance, but you have quite properly elaborated that there are a lot more challenges in this industry in addition to an outdated meter rate and some of the insurance challenges. So thank you. We hopefully as a committee will get to that in the next term of council. I want to ask you a question about actually Councillor Al-Shantiri's motion that he's put on the floor. And Councillor, if I get the interpretation of your motion wrong, please jump in. But Mr. Hajar, right now, when a taxi car is at the end of 5 years of age, the owner needs to replace it, needs to have a younger car on the vehicle. We've capped the age of the vehicle to 5 years. And Councillor Al-Shantiri is moving a motion, which I strongly support, that increases the age from 5 years to 7 years, which I think is an appropriate thing to do. However, in his motion, he talks about this being applied to hybrid vehicles or fully electric vehicles. And I want to give the councillor a chance to chime in as well. But Mr. Hajar, do you know how many drivers, and I know this is probably anecdotal, but drive hybrid vehicles versus electric? Does that cover all models, or are we excluding anyone that does not have a hybrid or an e-vehicle?
No, the ones that are driving hybrid, the big problem with that is we all have collisions. And the problem with them is if they happen to have a collision when their car has been 3 years on taxi, the insurance will total it off at $2,000. Now, for that person to replace his car, he's looking at over $20,000, $25,000 for the next car. So what I was hoping is you remove that age limit to go online, period. That way we'll also give the gas-driven cars where also in a collision, if a car is 7 or 8 years old, that's been on taxi for 3 years, again, the insurance totals it at $1,500. Pay him $1,500. Now, for that guy to replace his car, again, he's looking at $25,000. But I'm also hoping to remove that 5-year limit or any limit at entry level. So to give us a chance for new drivers to come in. For any driver to come in now who wants, because there's so many plates that are sitting there and the owners of these plates are trying to give them away and nobody wants to take them because of the expense of to come in and drive a taxi. So if a guy happens to have an 8-year-old car with 60,000 kilometers on it, it's much safer than going to have to buy a 5-year-old car, and to get it cheaper, you gotta buy it with like 200,000 kilometers on it to try and get it cheaper. So I'm just hoping remove that age limit to go online, period, and give us a chance to compete against Uber and Uber service.
Okay, I understand your point of view. Going from 5 years to 7 is better for the industry, right? It gives guys an extra 2 years to keep their car on the road. What I'm trying to understand is, in addition to the hybrid and electric cars, how many cars in service now are not those, just gas powered? Are we excluding a number of drivers from this motion?
In a way, yes, because the hybrid, my rough estimate could be about 20% of the fleet that are operating now are hybrid. So, and our biggest cost right now is the non-hybrid cars and the replacement of these cars. That is one of a major costs to keep running a taxi.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. I see other questions, but thank you very much, Mr. Hajar. It's good to hear from you again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Al-Shantiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think my colleague stole all the question I was going to ask. But, nevertheless, I want to say thank you to Tony for also working with our staff and Mr. Chapman and the union to get where we are today. So thank you, Tony. And what Councillor Brockman has been asking about, I think I'm going to follow up with staff when we are during this, and we'll see. But keep in mind, in 2023 is going to be a full review to the taxi bylaw and age limit and other issues. So I believe this is a step in the right direction, and I hope you would agree. This is everything almost what we can do to help that industry, which is we all agree suffered quite a bit during the pandemic. So, but thank you, Tony, for coming out, and also thank you for your help and support to our staff.
Thank you.
Any further questions for this delegation? Seeing none, Mr. Hajar, always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you so much for coming out today.
Thank you too.
Up next, we have Imad Hamoud for 5 minutes. Mr. Hamoud, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if Councillor Al-Shantiri or Blackington with Tony Hajar. I'm a taxi driver for over 20 years. I drove the taxi in the city of Ottawa. So with respect to the motion that Councillor Al-Shantiri put, that he excluded the gas cars. He just mentioned the hybrid and the electric cars. I would say that if that will be changed to include all the cars, the cars that are operating gas, not just hybrid and electric. And second thing, that last year, I guess, or before the pandemic, the province were lobbying, or the province were having meetings to provide insurance for the taxi drivers. I don't know if they will be responsible or just do some recommendation for that. Is the city of Ottawa or the council, you, the councillor, are involved in dealing with this issue? And do you have any information with respect to this? And the last thing I would like to mention, because I'm not prepared, I wish I was prepared for this meeting better than what I'm doing. Last week there was election for the local union in Ottawa, and I asked some people who knows who are working. They said there are 600 drivers that are working. Maybe they operating on the same car, like one in the night, one in the day. So we have over 1,200 licenses in the city of Ottawa. So be aware that half of the plates are shelved, I don't know, with the city or Coventry, or like my plate is in my garage for almost 2 years now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Up first, we have Councillor Al-Shantiri. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hamoud, for your presentation. It's just to answer your question, you have asked what can we include the gas car, and I want to thank my colleagues. So in speaking with Mr. Chapman, we agree we can include the gas car to my motion. So staff will be amending the motion to include gas car up to 7 years. So I want to say thank you to my colleague for bringing it up to our attention, and thanks to you, Mr. Hamoud, for also bringing it to us. So we will include that in my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you yourself and everybody in this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamoud. Up next, we have Amrik Singh, our final delegation on this item. Mr. Singh, please go ahead.
My name is Amrik Singh, president of Unifor Local 1688,
we represent taxi drivers in city of Ottawa and some cities. Today, I'm appearing in front of you to support the motion made by my own councillor, Eli Shantiri. Look, today we are working under the meter which was amended 15 years ago. And we're working on the same rates. Everything is more expensive. Some of you will remember that many times we were offered meter increase. I appear in front of this committee. You can see some of you was present in that committee. You offer the meter increase and I stand up and I say, thank you very much. We don't need it. And you gave us a standing ovation. I still remember that. Today we're asking for meter increase because now it's very, very, very difficult to operate a taxi cab. Whatever taxi driver make is gone to either company or gas companies or other companies. It's very difficult to make a living these days by driving a cab. Now, as I said, gas is more expensive, insurance is expensive, cars are more expensive. It's actually difficult to get a car, used car or car. To clarify on this, there was question asked by Councillor Riley Brockington. Sir, what you are changing from 5-year to 7-year is the entry of the car into the system. If I want to change my car to today, 5-year, old car I can bring, but you are changing it to 7. And I support it again, just to clarify that actual of the car in Ottawa is years. So you can buy a new car and wait for years, or buy a 5-year-old car and drive for 4 years. But even today, what we are asking is under inflation, the meter increase. The price operating cost of driving a taxi cab today is gone up maybe more than 20%. And even asking 25%, we're asking 10% meter increase. And other issue of insurance, and the city in the previous years had approached. What we need to do is change the provincial law. When PTC companies came, then provincial government changed the law for them, but they keep on promising taxi drivers, but they still did not. I understand now the provincial election is going on. Once it's over, I will urge City of Ottawa to write a letter or cooperate with the industry to ask the new minister in charge to change the Insurance Act. That will be a big, big relief to the taxi industry. But again, whatever you are doing today, we appreciate that and we support that. I forget to tell you, with me is 2 gentlemen. One is Vice President of this union, Brother Bahdoon Isa, and Brother Neguse Sege, the Secretary Treasurer of the local union. I really appreciate what you're doing today for us, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Singh, first of all, congratulations on being re-elected as president of the local union, and to your colleagues as well on the executive. It's good to see you back. We have had a very fluctuating rate increases over the years. In the staff report, they provide the history of rate increases over the last 20 years. Some years there have been absolutely no increases. In fact, rates have been frozen for over 10 years, which I can't understand that situation. Other years it's been 10%, 7%. It's been all over the place. Why are we not advocating for a simple inflationary increase year over year, like many other organizations? People can understand that. It's much easier to absorb for both customers and drivers. Would that be, after today, would that be something you would support and advocate for?
I can't say yes or no today, but even this thing was, the mayor himself asked us to do it, but it's too late for today, because if we ask inflation, then inflation rates, then you have to increase the meter maybe 30%, which we don't want. But in the future, as you mentioned earlier, is going to be a total bylaw review next year. Maybe we will propose this and support this.
Yeah, I think some stability in the marketplace is good going forward. Just a final question and get you to comment. The 10% increase is being asked to be go into effect all at once, June 11th of 2022. Would you support an increase that's spread out, maybe 5% in June and 5% at the end of the year? So again, and I know your drivers need the increase, and I fully accept the challenges that they faced, and they need this. I'm just worried about passengers, the people who take taxi, many on limited incomes. 10% increase is going to hurt. And I'm wondering whether you would be supportive of trying to phase this increase in, where we do a little bit now and we'll do the rest at the end of the year. What are your thoughts or comments on that?
The problem is it costs a lot of money to change those meters from A rates.
Okay.
And it's not fair to tell taxi drivers to pay now to go and change the meter, then 5 months later go do it again. Plus, what we are asking is supported by most of the customers we drive. Taxi using public is, whenever you pass by a gas station, they make a comment, "Oh, your meter did not go up?" And we said no. So I think we have the support of the taxi using public. We could have even asked more, public could have support us, but we're asking very reasonable 10% increase.
All right, I thank you for your input today. It's good to see you back, and I'm sure we'll talk again in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Good morning, Amrik, and again, congratulations on your election. And also want to say thank you to the previous union leadership as well, working together with our staff to get where we are today. And so, Amrik, I'm sure you've been listening to the discussion this morning, and I'm hoping we'll get your support for what we're presenting today. At the same time, staff agreed to include a gas card as well for up to 7 years. And I think that's a good compromise. And thanks to my colleague again for bringing that up. But in moving forward, Amrik, we need to establish that working relationship with the city and the union. We get sometimes called, oh, the owner's doing this or the company. We can't interfere with private business, but what we can do, we can work with you. And I know staff, they start discussion about the accessibility. And I know there's some accessibility plate driver, they return the plates because it's not affordable for them to stay in the business during the pandemic. But so I'm hoping under your leadership, you will continue that dialogue. So in 2023, we'll have a better understanding of moving forward with accessibility, because right now the accessibility community is actually paying the price for the shortage, to put it this way, of those drivers. So I'm asking you to continue working with our staff and continue between now and in the first quarter of 23 or where we can bring a full report to this committee.
I think many of you know me, and for me, it's the 5th term I am starting as a president of the local union. And most of you I have already worked with, and we believe in working together, and that will continue. Although we were not treated nicely in 2016, but I promise you in the future, we will work with you and the staff and everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Cherney, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll echo my colleagues. Congratulations, Emmerich. We've worked together for many years, and it's interesting how it took a pandemic to get to the point where some of the, if you remember back in the day, I think Eli and I and a few others moved 9 different motions or trying to adjust certain things to make it so the taxi industry would have a lifeline or anything. And I believe 7 of those 9 were adopted. And it's kind of funny that, you know, almost a decade later, we're all simpatico in supporting the extending the length of the vehicles to make sure you guys keep going forward. And I want to thank you for your patience. I think the other one was cameras in the cars. For Uber was the other issue too. But nonetheless, I just wanted to say congratulations. I look forward to continue to work with you. And thanks for your patience over the last couple of years to your entire industry. I have many cab drivers in my community, and I hear firsthand the difficulties that they have had. So thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you for the support.
Excellent comments, Councillor Cherney. We do realize how difficult this period has been for this entire industry. Mr. Singh, I'd also like to extend my congratulations on your most recent election. We are very much looking forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you so much for your delegation today. We truly appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you for your time.
We'll begin with the motion by Councillor El-Shantir. Oh, sorry, Councillor Deans. Questions for staff? Question for staff? Yeah, okay. We'll move on to questions for staff. Councillor Deans, please go ahead.
You're on mute.
The first question is, I just would like some clarity on the El-Shantiri motion around the age of the vehicle. It pertains to electric vehicles and what else? All vehicles?
All vehicles. Councillor El-Shantiri, if you'd like to respond to that, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I can read the final motion just been drafted by staff. So therefore, be it resolved that council delegate authority to chief license inspector to permit standard and accessible taxi plate holder to licensed vehicles that are up to 7 years model of age, where the model year of the vehicle is not included in the vehicle age calculation, provided the vehicle meet the taxi cab vehicle requirement of the vehicle for hire bylaw 2016-272 as amended, that such a delegate authority be in place until March 31st, 2023. So we amend what Councillor Brockington suggested, and now they include that.
Okay, I'd just like to have a comment from staff, because when I was briefed, this wasn't what the motion was. I think it was limited to electric vehicles. So can we have a staff comment on this change?
Any member of staff wish to comment on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, so the motion's been amended since our brief briefing, Councillor. So the amended motion, as Councillor has indicated, is to include all vehicles, not just the fully electric or hybrid vehicles.
And I know I think we need to be reminded that the reason we regulate is for the safety of the public. So with that in mind, Mr. Chapman, can you tell us if you're supportive of this amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, staff is supportive of this motion. Again, I think it's important to mention that we recognize that the taxi industry has changed significantly over the last several years, and that what used to be with 2 drivers on a vehicle, we're not seeing that anymore. Where vehicles were on the road 24/7, we're not seeing that anymore. I think there's some ability here that that we need to review the age limit of these vehicles and to try and support the industry as well. And the other concern is, of course, as mentioned, it's the market right now, and it's the availability of these vehicles. So it's very difficult for the drivers to find these vehicles, new drivers coming onto the fleet.
So it's sort of what you're suggesting is it's a balance between safety of the public and viability of the industry.
Well, I think it's important to understand that it is the safety of the public is absolutely paramount for us, and that's why these regulations are in place. But again, in assessing what we're seeing right now in the vehicles, the kilometers that are being traveled by taxis currently, I think there is some tolerance here to allow the entry age limit for the vehicles to increase to 7 years.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to talk about the insurance and the liability that going from $5 million to $2 million. So just from a scenario perspective, if there were a bad accident and there was a claim for more than the $2 million, because we're the regulator and probably, frankly, have the deepest pockets, I would contend that in all probability, whoever was suing would be suing the city. So this suggests to me that what we're really doing is agreeing to transfer some of the liability from the drivers to the taxpayers. Would you agree with that assessment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I'll defer part of this answer to legal. I know Stewart Huxley's on the call here, and I think he could offer some insight on the insurance, but I will remind you that the reduction in the insurance is being recommended here today is in regards to the commercial general liability, and that applies to the taxi plate holders. It's a business license, it's a business insurance. The automobile insurance is $2 million, and that has not changed for many years. So when we talk about collisions and such, the automobile insurance of $2 million is still apply. But I will defer to Stewart if you have anything else.
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. As I understand, the report has recommended on the insurance issue, the reduction from $5 million to $2 million on the CGL component, based on 2 main factors. One, it's consistent with the industry realities that staff have set out in the report, and also further to some of the delegations you've heard this morning. In addition, it's also consistent with the similar municipal regulations that staff have relayed in the report, and Chief License Inspectors relayed to you today on the staff environmental scan. The reduction in insurance, to address the councillor's question, the insurance will address a range of occurrences. It will not address all occurrences and liability considerations. That's the reality of the taking into consideration the industry concerns and the regulatory concerns. With respect to the regulator being named in potential lawsuits, that can and does happen. but they would be vigorously defended upon because the municipality is a regulator and not would be exposed to the liability considerations. And just as an example, the government of Ontario regulates automobile insurance and has put a minimum requirement in Ontario of only $200,000 for anyone in Ontario to have the privilege of driving a motor vehicle. So any liability above and beyond $200,000, and the councillor's point is that could quite quickly happen in a catastrophic type of situation, would not, in my view, necessarily put a regulator such as the province of Ontario into a position of liability, because it is made a policy decision with respect to minimum automobile insurance on the highway. And that would be a similar defense that a municipality would be making, that it's a policy decision, and as a regulator would not be liable for those types of decisions.
Well, thank you for that. I apologize, my phone's ringing. But I believe, is Valerie still on the call? Because I believe that this has occurred in the city before, where there has been liability that has ended up being transferred to the municipality.
I can assist on that, Chair. It may be that liability may flow to the municipality for the other roles that a municipality has, such as the authority over the road authority under the Municipal Act, but not necessarily as the regulator of a business licensing scheme. So yes, there may be instances where a municipality is added, and there are cases where there's disrepair of a highway or municipal vehicle may be involved, which may present potential exposure to municipality, but not from my perspective with regard to being a regulator. And in that event, we would have the sort of the policy defense as a regulator.
Okay. Is Valerie still on the call? Because she and I had this conversation, and I don't think this is this consistent answer.
I don't believe she is. However, we do have Ryan.
I'm happy to take it offline with Ms. Biatlo and circle back with the councillor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that'd be great, because I mean, I don't disagree with reducing to $2 million given the challenges that the industry is facing, but I do think that we need to be very clear that we may be transferring liability to the taxpayers under some scenarios. I just think we need to be aware of that. Another question for Mr. Chapman. Just wanted to understand the 10% increase. I also don't disagree with that. It's been a number of years since there has been an increase, and clearly with gas prices and just costs rising, I understand that this is the time for an increase. So I don't disagree with that. I just wonder if in all probability we would expect the PTCs to follow suit and also increase their rates by 10%.
So thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, there is no authority at this point to regulate the rates being charged by the PTC companies. But what I can say is that we do monitor those rates, and are generally speaking, what we found so far is that the PTC rates are very close, if not equal to what the taxi rates are currently.
Okay, so in all probability, we will see across the board that kind of transportation service rising by about 10% as a result of this decision.
Mr. Chair, that would be our assumption, yes.
Okay, and just one final question. I know it's not really exactly what we're talking about today, but we did hear from a couple of the presenters concerns they have with the monopoly in the Coventry connection. And I just want to understand, is Westway still not operating at least some of the service? Is there not some option for those drivers?
Mr. Chair, yeah, so Westway is still a licensed broker with the City of Ottawa. They do fall under the dispatching service that Coventry Connections provides. So that's the affiliation there, but Westway Taxi is still a licensed broker in the city.
So would that be an alternative for those drivers who cannot come to an agreement with Coventry?
Again, it's very difficult for me to speak to these labor issues. I mean, it's outside the purview of our bylaw, and this is really labor issues between the brokers and the drivers themselves.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deeds. Councillor Brockington, please, with the questions to staff. Go ahead for 5 minutes.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Certainly, the introduction of the private transportation vehicles hurt our taxi industry, and then the pandemic came, and then the federal government's decision to allow employees to continue to work at home are three significant shocks to this industry that's hurt them within the last decade. I just wanted to ask staff, the city does not have any cap on the age of a vehicle for a private transportation vehicle, an Uber or a Lyft. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's it's actually for PTCs, the age limit is exactly the same as what taxis are, and that's a 10-year age limit.
But taxis have an age limit now of 5 years.
No. So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the 5-year limit is for new vehicles being introduced to the fleet. So those are new vehicles coming on the fleet. So they have to be 5 years or less currently. But age limit for when they have to replace the vehicles that are currently on the fleet remains 10 years.
Okay, and so why is there a differentiation between those two? If we're allowing a brand new vehicle to age out at 10, or if I'm a new guy and I want to come in, you're saying my new vehicle has to be no more than 5 years? Is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. So new vehicles coming on must be 5 years or less. The rationale for that is that, taxi cabs averaging anywhere between 75 and 100,000 kilometers a year. It's again about the safety to the public, right? And it's as these vehicles increase with the kilometers and usage of the vehicle, at some point those vehicles need to be replaced.
But all of taxis must meet maintenance requirements, right? There's I think annual and even quarterly. So, I'm not going to argue this much today. I certainly want to look at this more with a full review next year, but as a passenger, if I get into a vehicle, I want it to be safe, number one. I want it to be comfortable, number two. And I don't really care the age. I don't care the age. I want it to be functional. I want it to be safe. And when we put these caps on the age of vehicles, it actually makes it more expensive. It makes it more expensive for the driver, and it makes it more expensive for me because we're forcing the driver to get a brand new vehicle, which puts costs up. So we have to look at this going forward. If we have maintenance, mandatory maintenance that must be done, the age of the vehicle is irrelevant. My last point, Mr. Chapman, for you to comment on is the fluctuation in the rates. 10% 1 year, followed by 7%, 5%, 3 years in a row, a 22% increase. And then we had this massive gap where there were no requests for any type of fare increase to reflect inflationary costs that happen in the industry. Many, many factors, gas, wear and tear on the car, other factors. Are we headed towards, again, this might be, Chair, something that we talk about next year, and I want to save everyone some time, but a 10% increase is going to hurt some of our passengers. And I'm not at all debating against the need for it. I get it because it's been so long since we've addressed this. But I'd rather see something phased in, 5% July 1st, 5% December 1st. But Mr. Singh talked about there's a cost to drivers to amend the fare machines. Could you comment on that, please? Is there a cost associated with making an adjustment? And is it, if that's true, is it just better to do this all at once?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's a great question, Councillor. There is a significant cost to the drivers for updating the meters or amending the meters to new rate. In addition to that, staff, bylaw and regulatory staff required to do meter inspections to ensure the accuracy of those meters and to reseal those meters. So there's significant enforcement costs as well to introducing 2 meter increases in a year.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's good information for this committee's consideration. And again, no one's arguing the need to adjust the rates. It's a lot at once. That's my point. And I look forward to a more extensive review next term of office. So Chair, even though I don't get a vote today, when this comes to council, I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thanks for that indication. Councillor Deans, I don't know if your hand is just still up from the last round or, oh, okay, great.
Sorry,
Cool.
I'll just take it down, sorry.
I don't want to miss you just in case. Councillor Kavanaugh, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to ask a question about Councillor Eli, Eli's motion regarding his original motion about increasing the age when they have electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, I believe. Can I ask, was that in terms of our climate change goals? Because I'm concerned about the change, and I get the other side of it, that vehicles aren't available right now. It's kind of well-known news that it's hard to get these vehicles. But I'm wondering if there's some sort of compromise to still encourage that, because I'm a little worried that we're not, if we make it just, carte blanche on all vehicles, when the original intent of the motion seemed to be to encourage the use of electric vehicles. So what kind of compromise can we make here to still encourage that, and understanding that there is, the supply shortage?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if that question's for myself or for the mover of the motion.
Perhaps, yes. I realize I guess I'm kind of asking because I believe that was the intent. And when I saw it, I thought, I like that because it's sort of taking that into account. And then we kind of lost it. And I just want to still have that incentive that we are trying to convert. And I'm not sure how we can do that. Perhaps it needs a little more thinking, but it's not to drastically inconvenience. It's to encourage these vehicles to be as clean to the environment as possible. So is that something we can continue to look at? Would the mover be favorable to that?
Well, Mr. Chair, absolutely we are. But you just said it, Councillor, the hybrid and the electric is almost impossible to find a vehicle these days. And that's why we were trying to encourage the people who own them to keep them for extra couple of years. But my colleagues suggested, what about a clean car, even if it's on gas? And we said, yeah, we can, we can work with that as well. So to leave that incentive, or if there is an incentive for electric and hybrid, I have to tell you, if I can find a hybrid today, I would be driving one today. So
I understand. Perhaps it can be delayed so that by a certain year that they look to, that we delay the start up of the ask for them to go to hybrid, that by a certain date, a certain year. I think it needs to be played with a bit more, but I really like the direction you were going, and I just worry that that was lost. And I understand it because you were trying to be helpful on both sides, but I feel that that piece was lost. So I just want to know if that could still be worked on. We can take that away perhaps offline.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what a great discussion today. And I'm glad to see we're dealing with some of these issues that, frankly, I think $2 a liter plus gas rates out of our control as a municipality is really creating a pressure on people and our workforce. And I know Eli and Riley and myself are all simpatico on this. Just to reiterate, Mr. Chapman, Chief Chapman, there's 444 municipalities in Ontario, Mississauga, Toronto. They all have $2 million policies, and ourselves, and I forget that small town that you mentioned, are the outliers at 5 million. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. The only municipality we're aware of that has a 5 million CGL requirement is the city of Belleville.
Oh, Belleville. Yes, that big, Bell Vegas. That being said, and I have friends down there, by the way, I hope they don't hear this. That being said, I'm less concerned on the safety aspect. I think we have a lot of good precedent, and thank you to Stewart for speaking to that point. Also, to Teresa's point, I think we all want to get to the sooner people can get on electric vehicle, the better. I think the challenge therein is you can't buy them. You're 2 years out. So there's 2 years of hardship, and I don't see it stopping at $2. Even our city, and I'm going a little off topic here, but our city fuel bulk purchase budget is going to evaporate at 1.2, and we're all going to feel a pinch of that. So there's a lot of pressures on the city in the future, but our cab industry is facing it now. So all that to say, even the length of the vehicle, you're quite correct. They're shutting their engines off. They're not wasting gas. They're not driving as much. They're doing point A's to point B's. So the age of the vehicle, again, I'm agreeing with Councillor Brockington. I don't have an issue on the safety aspect of it. Vehicles are way safer, way more fuel efficient these days than they were even 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So I just do want to thank you, Roger. I know Eli and myself have been in your ear nonstop for several years about this, because a lot of our residents, this is their business. And, some of them have had to go and start working at local stores and things during the last 2 years. And finally, there's a silver lining where they can get back to the business that they know best, is helping people and driving people around the neighborhood. So anyway, thank you very much, Roger.
Thank you very much. On wrap up, Councillor Elston-Turi, please.
Well, let me begin by thanking you, Mr. Chair, for your support and working with you and staff and Christine and Roger and Stewart and Valerie to get where we are today. It hasn't been easy for the taxi industry. The pandemic was a big hit on them, more than probably any other business, because they didn't qualify for rent subsidy, they didn't qualify for staff and support or any funding was available from other government, even including municipality, where we reduced property tax on the businesses. We couldn't be able to help that industry. Now they're asking for a little bit of help. 10% of the meter increase, Councillor Brockington, I agree with you. But let me tell you, overnight, the gas increase was a lot more than 10% increase. And we have no choice, you and myself and others, to go back. But we don't do it for business. We can avoid some trips if we can. But if you are a taxi driver, you can't. So I'm asking my colleague to support this motion. I agree with Councillor Kavanaugh. The intent was to have more of hybrid electric vehicle in the fleet. But I mean, we're not, we all know that's not going to be option available anytime soon. If you like to, we can modify the motion and to keep both in between now and council meeting. I'll be happy to work with you, council. That's not a problem. I want to thank all my colleagues for hearing what the driver been going through, and looking for, more importantly, is what's going to come in 2023. In the city of Ottawa, we have given 180 some accessibility plate. I can assure you today, more than 80 of them been returned to the city because people cannot afford to run them anymore. And that's really is going to have an impact on the accessibility community. And I know at Councillor Rudolph will talk about it, because trying to have more accessibility vehicle, and now we're having less. And I know maybe some people are traveling less now during the pandemic, but once start people going back to what once was normal, you're going to see the impact on the accessibility. And so we have work cut out for us, but for now, I believe this is a step in the right direction. The 2 million insurance, well, that's 2 million across all the municipality of Ontario with the exception of one. And nothing said the driver, if they want to feel safe, they can buy $5 million. So they can buy 7, they can buy 10 if they feel needed. I don't think that's on the municipality to control that and create that monopoly where half of those taxis have to leave the business because they cannot afford to buy the $5 million insurance. So again, I don't want to take away from all the hard work staff did with the taxi union, drivers, previous leadership of the union, even with the community connection, we get where we are today. And I believe this motion will serve what we are trying to do right now. And I'm looking for your support. And Councillor Kavanagh, you and I, we can work on something. It will still respect the merit of this motion, but if any friendly amendment we can do, I'll be happy to work with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope my colleague will support this motion. I would like to have a nays on it, please.
Sure. Do you mind? I know you're calling yeas and nays. Do you mind if I make a very brief comment before we go yeas and nays?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. It is.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. There is obviously a need to modernize our relationship with the taxi industry. When PTCs or any other disruptors come into a market like this, there is certainly a need for us to react and ensure that we have an even playing field for people that are offering similar services. And on the age of the vehicle issue, I'm very sensitive to this as there's a very different way of operating a taxi today than there was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you'd have 2 drivers on the same vehicle. One would drive the taxi for 12 hours and then would get out, drop it off at the other guy's house. He'd drive him or her home and then drive it for another 12 hours. That simply is not what we're seeing now. We're not seeing 2 drivers on the same vehicle or 3 drivers on the same vehicle. We're seeing one single driver driving one shift. So the wear and tear on the vehicle is about half of what it was before. I think that it is incumbent upon us, and I think that it's important that this distinction is made, and that Councillor El-Shantiri has brought forward this motion today. I think it's entirely helpful. But as we said, we've got a lot more work to do, and we know that. In the dying months of this term of council, I think that we're doing as much as we can with the resources that we have to move the needle on it a little bit. But comprehensive review of our relationship with the taxi industry just simply is not something that we can accomplish before this end of term. And I think that staff have worked in good faith along with members of this committee who participated in a very thoughtful discussion today on this item. So again, my thanks to staff, to all councillors that have engaged on this item, and to our partners in the taxi industry for continuing to provide accessible service to our community. We certainly do appreciate it very much. So Councillor El-Shantiri has called yeas and nays on his motion. And so Joey, if you will call the roll, please.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas? Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Fleury? Conseiller Fleury? Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Vice Chair Erglai?
Vice Chair Erglai had to step away.
And Chair Luloff?
Yes. Thank you very much. On the report as amended, is this carried?
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for coming out to speak to this today. We truly appreciate your time and very much looking forward to a comprehensive review as soon as possible. Number 3, passed on consent. And therefore, we'll move on to Crime Prevention Ottawa Annual Report 2021. That the Community and Protective Services Committee recommend that Council receive the report for information. Presenting on the report today, we have the Chair of Crime Prevention Ottawa, Councillor Diane Deans, along with Nancy Worsfold and Rob Boyd, the Program Manager from Sandy Hill Community Health Centre, is going to be on hand as well, and a PowerPoint presentation is planned. So over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this item. As you all know, Crime Prevention Ottawa continues to play an impactful leadership and convening role addressing safety issues in our communities. As a small funder, CPO strategically allocates money to develop, promote, and support emerging and overlooked priorities. As a knowledge broker, CPO leverages its established networks to disseminate good practices in community safety. As with many organizations, CPO has had to pivot its work throughout the pandemic. I'm proud of the work that the CPO team has been able to produce throughout the pandemic and look forward to seeing the organization continue to address these complex issues as we move forward. In addition to a brief overview of our annual report, we will also be sharing some groundbreaking research with you today about the safety needs of drug users in our city. There seems to be no research done at all on victimization from the point of view of drug users, even though this is likely the most victimized population among us. Before I turn the presentation over to our Executive Director, Nancy Worsfold, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that Nancy has announced she'll be retiring this June. As such, this will be her last report to the CPS committee. Nancy has been a figurehead at CPO for many years, and under her leadership, CPO has been able to support so many communities and vulnerable groups in our city. She has done so much good work with her small team, and it's hard to imagine CPO without her at the helm. On behalf of all of us here today, thanks, Nancy, for your leadership. And now over to you for a brief summary of our work in 2021, and then I will turn it over to our community partner for the research.
Thank you, Councillor Deans and Chair Lulov. Do we have the presentation? Thank you.
Just going up now.
So to the next slide, please. Last year, we presented to you our new strategic plan, which focuses on 4 priorities: neighborhoods, youth, gender-based violence, and vulnerable adults. We also have cross-cutting priorities on anti-racism and inclusion and mental wellness. This report focuses on our actions to forward these priorities. Slide, please. CPO is known for our well-attended events. Our biggest success last year, with over 1,500 participants, was a series of 8 webinars which showcased different approaches to responding to mental health crises. We spotlighted examples from Ottawa, Niagara, Eugene, Oregon, Edmonton, and Toronto. We did this with our partners, the Social Planning Council of Ottawa, the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition, and Minwash and Lodge. These webinars are still available online for viewing. Slide, please. We've continued to focus on the biggest barriers facing youth, with research on employment and criminal records, and with startup funds for an innovative family-based approach to street violence. Slide, please. Our work on gender-based violence continues to evolve, with projects focusing on creating safe spaces for 2S LGBTQ+ youth, and with a focus on online and cyber violence. Please. We continue to support many individual neighborhoods, both through funding and through our committee participation. And we also seek to build citywide initiatives. A lasting contribution to neighborhood wellness has been the development and ongoing support of the post-incident neighborhood support networks in partnership with Rita Rockcliffe Community Resource Center. Slide, please. Moving to our new priority on vulnerable adults, we hosted 2 home takeover training sessions with 172 registrants. And we also consulted with numerous organizations outside of Ottawa with regards to replication requests. But perhaps most important, slide please. I'd like to welcome Rob Boyd, the OASIS Program Director at Sandy Hill Community Health Centre. Rob has been a longtime advocate for the health and safety of drug users. He has stewarded this extremely interesting research on creating a safer downtown for all. Over to you, Rob.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to present this research that we have conducted. Next slide, please. Oh, and to the next one after this one as well. So the basic purpose of this was to identify some of the underlying needs related to safety for people who use drugs, and then to develop some really pragmatic solutions to this that are implementable at various levels. And I think it's important when we're talking about safety needs and we're talking about certain interventions to really continue to contextualize that these are almost temporary solutions, and that we really have to continue to advocate for those social policies that are actually creating these harms. In particular, in this case, referring to drug policy, affordable housing, and poverty that really drives a lot of the unsafe conditions under which people are living. Next slide, please. So what we did is we did do a literature review, and as Nancy had indicated, that there's very little published literature from the perspective of people who use drugs. So this is an area of open inquiry. We put together an advisory committee of people with lived or living experience of marginalized substance use, and then they developed and implemented a survey to get for their community to understand their safety concerns. And as you can see from the right, that 2/3 of the respondents to these surveys indicated that they did not feel safe from violence, sometimes or most of the time. Next slide, please. These are some of the recurring themes that came up. So these were both kind of, suggesting certain things, but also just open comments from people. And there are a variety of things, and that people had identified safety in several different ways. So there was physical safety from harm of assault. There was safety from overdose from the toxic drug supply. There's also safety of theft, and then also psychological safety. So a lot of talk about safe space and stigmatization around what the needs of the community are. Next slide, please. And then when we asked people who use drugs what types of things are known to help, and this is a general open question to them, and you could see the types of things that they had suggested would be a benefit to them. A bit of a surprise to us in this research was that people had some of the people had solicited police intervention and presence of security as safety. So it was initially a surprise, but then as we thought about it a bit more in terms of some of the concerns of assault and robbery, that it would make sense that people feel safer in spaces where they know that there is somebody looking out for their well-being in these cases. And indeed, people would have also identified, for example, like they like to use the supervised consumption sites because there are staff there to be present in case things are things go in a direction that's not safe for them. So they feel safer physically using these sites. Now, qualify that a bit in that there is a specific recommendation from this community that they would like to see some better training of police and security services on how to approach and what the needs of people who use drugs are, and the impact of some of the ways that enforcement is being undertaken impact them, and in some cases actually would certainly increase the unsafe conditions that they are existing in. Next slide, please. They certainly thought more globally and around things that would be outside of the scope of some implementable projects, at least at the level of an organization. But I think that there could well be some things here that the city could look at. Some of these are advocacy pieces. As we know, this is a municipal, provincial, and federal area. All players need to be at the table when we're talking about trying to address some of these big social issues. But there are certainly some things here that I know, for example, the city is currently looking at in terms of more drop-in hours and more drop-in spaces. And so I think continuing to look at things that the city could be involved in that are kind of outside the scope or scale of what individual organizations might be able to do is an important outcome of this research. Next slide. So this is getting into the really specific recommendations. These are in no particular order, but the more safe spaces, this has to do with the opportunity of people being able to access drop-ins on weekends and the evenings, some more space for people outside of the downtown core, presence of more staff to maintain or increase the safety, and then the importance around co-designing of the space with people who use drugs to make sure that the program as it is developing meets all of the safety needs, including the psychological safety needs. Recommendations around a peer ambassador program where people who use drugs are the ones who are going out and trying to connect with people, connect them to services, meet some practical needs. And I have to say, like, it's really, really important when we're thinking about any long-term solution to the problems that we're facing in the downtown core, that people who use drugs need to be present in these conversations, and that we have lost a lot of leadership and capacity over the last couple of years amongst people who use drugs, and that it's really important that we invest in some community development initiatives in order to rebuild a new leadership within this community, and that any lasting solution to these problems, we need to have the community engaged and involved in helping us to resolve them. Here's the recommendation around peer-involved training program for security and police, and then another item that came forward is that over the last couple of years in Ottawa, we have seen an increase in the use of crystal methamphetamine. This is fairly new to us in the city of Ottawa, and that we would certainly benefit from more training and learning about how to respond to the needs of people who use crystal meth. Next slide, please. This providing storage of belongings for people who use drugs is something that, again, we weren't quite anticipating. And this was related to the closing of the Greyhound bus station and how many homeless people had used that facility, people who were rough or people who didn't want to leave their belongings behind in the shelters, who would use the token system or the payment system at the bus to keep their belongings safe for them while they went about their daily activities, and having lost that they don't have that opportunity to do that. So looking for some solutions around kind of the broader, larger storage of belongings to keep them safe, but also some really practical things around items of high priority for them that they want to have some capacity to keep safe on their person. So this could be identification, it could be money, it could be drugs. But so the idea of money belts or fanny packs or something like that, where people can have kind of a greater sense of, I'm going to protect these things. One of the things that we heard quite a bit was that people had a lot of fear of falling asleep because they could get ripped off of things. And so if there was a way that they could say secure some belongings kind of in front of them while they slept, then it was less likely to be stolen from them. The community has experienced a lot of loss, a lot of death. We continue to see opioid toxicity deaths rise in the province and in the city of Ottawa, and there has been a significant increase in the homeless population related to overdose mortality, and this is just layering on in terms of all the other losses that people have. So we have for many years in Ottawa had an annual celebration called Drug User Memorial Day in July. Each year, but there's a request here to hold some more monthly activities for people, and this would be across the city. So organizations that work with people who use drugs to create these spaces. Community cleanups by people who use drugs, getting people engaged in pro-social activities, and also meeting this community need around garbage and publicly discarded drug using equipment. I think there are a lot of different organizations that do this, and I think we just more of this certainly meets it ticks a lot of boxes in terms of community needs, and and again, reminder that this was identified by people who use drugs as something that they would recommend recommend that we do more of. And then more recreational activities for people who use drugs. We have to find other things for people to do that they enjoy to do that can compete with the substance use that they're currently doing, and that we do know that boredom is a very significant driver of substance use and relapse for those who are trying to reduce or eliminate their substance use. And next and last slide, please. So the last recommendation was around creating a safe space for people who use drugs and police to come together to talk about community concerns and about how to improve the safety of people who use drugs. And this, of course, could dovetails nicely with the idea of that, from that then developing some specific training, but an opportunity for an over-policed community to be able to come to the table to have some of these conversations that we hope might improve the police's ability to intervene in these situations. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Would you be able to speak a bit about? Oh, sorry, I see Carolyn. I'll let you go first, Councillor. Go ahead.
No, it's fine, Chair. It's actually okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Boyd. Good to see you. Do you have an estimate of how many people are on the street? How many drug users are currently on the streets of Ottawa?
I don't. It's actually a very difficult number to assess. I think that it is pretty safe to say that our experience in when we opened the supervised consumption services is that there were a lot more people injecting drugs or wanting to use these services than we had anticipated. But we don't, because of the way that, because the services for this community are often anonymous services, it's really difficult to get a count, even across organizations. I think recently I've just looked at some of our numbers about unique clients who've used our site, and the number was something like 850, but it's much larger than that.
Are those individual visits, or are those people who drop in maybe once or twice a day?
Yeah. So those would be individual visits over the course of 2021. So that's my one small supervised consumption service. So that wouldn't include,
800. I'm blown away by that number.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the number is much larger than that because, again, we have 5 booths in our site. So if you look at, you would need to add in some of the inner city numbers from the trailer, some of Southwest Public Health, and it's a much larger number. We're talking in the thousands.
And this is, and we're just talking about Somerset West, or sorry, San Health.
That's correct.
Supervised injection site.
Correct.
So that number, when you say that number could be greater, yes, because there are a number of sites.
It is definitely greater than that.
Wow. And is the number continuing to grow?
Again, difficult to assess without kind of having a denominator, but I think that the feeling is, again, that we had underestimated what the number was. So the sense was that the number has increased over the last 5 years.
Okay, are these people predominantly residing in the downtown core, or are they going downtown to use and going back to wherever they live?
We don't collect any data in relation to residents. I would say that, from our experience and from the experience of sites across the country, that most people don't travel great distances in terms of using services like supervised consumption. So my guess would be that it would be a high percentage who are living in the areas around the site, within, say, a 15 to 20 minute walking distance of the sites.
Okay, I'm just wondering. I mean, I think data collection would be an important part of a survey. Number one, because we don't really know, if we don't know who's using. I mean, I understand there is the anonymity factor, but the fact of the matter is, data collection I'm not suggesting, maybe you do have some kind of data collection, but how do we know that if we don't understand who these people are, maybe the services that they require, how can we say how many people would actually really want to access detox and rehab and a bed somewhere? Do we know that?
We do actually do quite a bit of data collection, and we do a significant amount of reporting on the supervised consumption services. I do 25 reports a year to the provincial and federal government on this one program. So it is actually an over-reported program relative to anything else that we do. Those data do include posting references, referrals to things like substance use treatment, social services. A lot of the work that we do is about trying to connect people to services as they're coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing that we do is to try to create a safe space for people. And the second one is to try to engage them into other services that are available to them, and take those opportunities when they want to make some changes to capitalize on them.
Okay, but if we do that, I'm just trying to understand why we can't get a handle on the exact number of people.
So again, because they're anonymous services, each site could probably tell you its number of unique clients that they use, but there's also going to be some overlap between those sites. But we could probably get to a better number. We can probably get to a better number now than we could before we had the sites in existence, when it was really, really difficult then to count. And then you're just looking at those who are using the sites as well, because we do know that this is an issue that is really across Ottawa. I doubt there's a ward that isn't touched and impacted by the opioid crisis. So there are many people who would not see themselves or come down to use the sites that we operate. So we still wouldn't be capturing everybody.
Okay. And do we have enough services?
No, we don't have enough services. I think that we need to, and this is across the board. Like, I think that we would benefit from more geographically placed supervised consumption services, but we also need more access to substance use and mental health treatment services. So as I think across the board, there's a lot more need for service.
Yeah, I always think of the analogy that if I'd asked you how many people downtown had a broken ankle that were going in, and there were 800 people, we'd have a dedicated unit at one of the hospitals for broken ankles. And why we don't have more services is still something that really baffles me. And I think that it's time that we start lobbying for a unit somewhere that we can address this issue more. I guess it's a multifaceted issue, but I think it's time that we're going to have to do that. But I thank you for your work on this, and I'll let the chair take the floor. So thank you, Rob. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose I just have one very brief question before moving on to our colleagues. And I think that Councillor Meehan touched on it a little bit. These mitigative measures to ensure that we're reducing harm, I think, are entirely laudable. We would like to see more investment. I do believe personally that, and perhaps this is borne out in the research, that drug use is a symptom of a mental health issue, and not necessarily its own standalone issue. People tend to, not wake up in the morning and decide that today is the day that I'm going to try an illicit substance, unless there's other mental health issues that are ongoing. That access to early intervention and access to intervention when it comes to treatment programs within the city of Ottawa will be so important to tackling this opioid crisis and this illicit drug crisis that we have going on right now. Can you describe what programs are available, what funded taxpayer funded programs or public programs are available to somebody, should they decide that, obviously things are not going very well and they'd like to receive treatment to tackle their mental health and drug problems.
So there are a mix of different programs and ways that some are public funded and some are not. So one of the main ways the main tools we have around the opioid toxicity crisis is opiate agonist treatment. So that would be methadone or buprenorphine naloxone. So we have oral treatments available, and that is largely done through private, actually almost exclusively done through private. So some publicly funded oral opioid agonist treatment would be necessary. We're also finding that it is very difficult it's very easy to get people connected to and initiated on opioid agonist treatment. It's much more difficult to retain them in care in opioid agonist treatment because of the shift in the toxic drug supply when we're now dealing with fentanyl and very high dose opioids that are really difficult for people to remain engaged in care. So there's a huge gap in our system right now around access to injectable opioid agonist treatment. And the gap is that the high dose formulation of hydromorphone is not available on the provincial formulary. So this is something that we've been advocating for a number of years. So that way we can actually get people up to match the doses of fentanyl that are out in the street. So that's a real challenge right now in this crisis, is that we are dealing with a very different crisis than we were even 5 or 6 years ago. So now for other types of substance use treatment, we have SAR, which is our main referral source for anybody who's looking to get into either residential or outpatient substance use treatment. So we would make the referral into them. They would do the assessment of need, and then they would be referred to the various treatment organizations within the city or within the province if it's more indicated that they would go out there. In the area of mental health, I think that there's been a lot of movement that has been made recently in terms of the mild to moderate mental health for people. So the one call, one click type of initiative, or the kids come first with the CHIO. I forget what the CHIO one is called right now. But in terms of the severe mental illness and the stuff that we're seeing on the streets, we certainly need a bigger investment. We've seen a lot of additional decompensation of people who are street involved, many of them who use drugs over the last 2 years in the pandemic.
I wasn't aware of the issue of the replacement therapy and the potency issue. Thank you. I always love when I come to a committee and learn something. I really, really do appreciate that so much. This is absolutely something that we need to be continuing to advocate for. This is certainly a mental health crisis, and the drug crisis is a symptom of that. It's so heartbreaking, the loss of potential and the loss of life. For most, if not all, of the cases could be entirely treatable, and it really does break my heart to see how many people are out there harming themselves and others because of something that could be entirely treatable if we invested in it properly. So thank you for that information today. Truly do appreciate it. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rob, for that presentation. Absolutely, we don't talk enough about the dangers and the safety issues that people who use drugs face. We often think about it, from an alternate perspective. So it's nice to see you here and presenting to us the issues faced by people who use drugs. And while we have in the ward I represent as well, Somerset West, we have supervised consumption services. We still have got, I think we have to move beyond calling it an opioid crisis. It's a poison drug crisis, really. People are being poisoned every day, and so we're allowing it to continue. I mean, decriminalization is certainly what needs to happen. Safe supply, decriminalization. We know what the answers are. We just don't have the political will to make that happen at different levels of government. But I just wonder, Rob, in terms of providing safe space, and again, just coming back to Somerset Ward, because in this ward, in this neighborhood, and I look for added resources all the time, and they don't exist. Like I go to the city, they don't exist. Nothing exists. Like for me to get 1 or 2 people to be able to just walk through Dundonald Park is, took a lot of effort. But the issues really for people who use drugs that they're facing in public spaces, and these are mostly women and men who live in rooming houses. So in this area, so they're living in rooming houses. They're often bunked together, overhoused. It's, we don't have data on that as a city. I know it's happening because I go into a lot of rooming houses. But so people living in rooming houses who are, using drugs, but then looking for their safe space. And that's often in public spaces, especially now with COVID or, as a result of COVID, in public parks, for example, and the threats that they face, from others, who have more predatory behaviors. Is that something that you've looked at and have considered in terms of what we need to do as a city to keep people who have no other space except for public space to congregate, to come together, they use in public? Obviously, we have our consumption services, but it's just not always available. So is that something that CPO is looking at, is considering, and has recommendations around?
Chair Lulaf, if I may, we're really excited to have this research presented, and we funded it because we feel that the safety issues facing this very vulnerable population have been largely overlooked. With regards to the questions of predatory behavior in homes, we have had a long-running project on home takeovers to try and address some of that. I think that this research, one of the pieces coming out of it is that it opens a lot of doors to more research. And part of presenting it here is to whet your appetite and get you interested. Rob has been fantastic. We've already presented it already to the city's Unsheltered Task Force and to the Byward Market BIA. And I believe you're going to the Health Board next. So we're trying to generate as much interest as possible in the safety of these extremely vulnerable people, because we're really at the very beginning of a discussion.
Okay, well, I hope as you go forward, in terms of the issues that need to be addressed, where people really are facing issues of, safety issues that organizations like St. Luke's Table, or groups working in Dundonald Park, that they're brought into the conversation, because we really have to come up with solutions, and those solutions will, we will need some funding to go towards them. But I just want to make sure that, just wanted to put in a marker in for people living in rooming houses and needing that public space. Thank you, Chair.
And I would say, just to respond to your point around public spaces, there was a reference to that in the themes and what would work, and so there was something with regards to kind of like a designated camping spot, and so that was speaking about safety needs in public space. And you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of our drop-in centers are inside buildings, often inside basements of buildings and things like that. And when the weather gets nice, people don't want to be there necessarily. They like to be outside. So how do we create these spaces outside where people feel safe? So I think that's a really important challenge.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Chair.
Excellent intervention today, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Well, thank you very much. And I appreciate this very, very much. It's of course, it's not just downtown. Bay Ward has its share as well. And perhaps because it's behind closed doors, you don't see it as much, but there is great concern. I'm on the board for Ottawa Community Housing, and of course I see the chairs here too, and other members of it. But that is something that needs to be looked at, is in terms of those that are, and by no means it's majority, because it's all walks of life, but those who live in Ottawa community housing, they really need services. And it's a challenge, because when you're a landlord, but that's the job, but there's not the services. And I think this is a good time to talk about it. There's a provincial election going on, and I believe these are the funds that should be coming from the province, since it's health related. So I appreciate that we're having these conversations, and that I hope that people are listening, because that's my concern, is that we're stuck for the funding for these projects. And though we do our best, I'm on the Board of Health as well, and I appreciate all the work they're doing on that, but we need some more permanent solutions. So keep putting the light on it, shining the light on it. I appreciate that. That is very necessary. One of my concerns is the stigma, and it's related to things that happen in more suburban areas, like car break-ins, etc., where it's sort of like a cycle where people just assume it's drug addicts at it again, kind of thing. And it's hard to say, what is correct and what isn't. But it's just feeds into a stereotype of that this is, about people who are dependent. I don't think anyone says it about alcoholism, but it's just one of those things that we have to get over. And I like your comment, because there's people who are alcoholics too, and that seems to be probably more sympathy for people rather than drug addicts. I really appreciate the work of like the Recovery Day, Ottawa's Recovery Day. I think that's great. It just makes it so that people can talk about it. I realize what a stigma it is. And anyway, I just want to get your comments on how to send the message, us as counselors to help when we're talking to people about situations and just the whole situation overall.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so it's definitely, if you're talking about, why things aren't being done, why they're not funded, like stigma is the answer to those questions. Like, it is a huge economic impact and safety impact, as we're talking about, on community. But the fact that, all levels of government are not actively fully engaged on this has absolutely to do with their perceptions of drugs and the people who use them, and that there is a differential that exists, based on the substance. And this has been, demonstrated, throughout Canadian history of drug policy and the American history, that it's very racialized. It's very, what drugs are legal and what drugs are illegal is completely arbitrary determination, and it really had to do with the color of the skin of the people who were using these drugs. So it's a very live, very real impact in terms of criminalization, but also accessing and leveraging services for people. So absolutely. And as you're having conversations with constituents, it's around just correcting some of that, I think, is really important. That using person first language is, of course, very important as well, and situating the person, and also recognizing as somebody, it was Councillor Luloff, but indicated earlier, like people are in this position for a reason, and a lot in that reason has really been outside of their control. It has been these structures around them that have drawn them into this, and that using substances is the only solution that they see, or the only relief that they get from the social conditions under which we require them to live, and the psychological distress of being completely disconnected and cut off from our community.
I appreciate it. If you have sort of statements that we can make to just sort of break the stereotype, and for counselors to use. That's really helpful. Like I said, the recovery day, I think was really positive, just to have talk to people about these issues. And certainly we know everybody, there's always somebody in your life you know of who's been through it. And also just working with places like Ottawa Community Housing, because this is something that we're looking at, is that we have to house people with issues, and we weren't set up for that. And I think this is an important thing to work together on, making it a better situation for everyone when people have complex issues such as this. So anyway, thank you very much. And if I don't have another opportunity, thank you, Nancy, for all your work. We're going to miss you. You deserve this retirement. And I think you've been very inspiring. I'm just blown away by the work that Crime Prevention Ottawa has done, and you're a big part of it. So thank you so much. It's so positive and it makes a difference. And I want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent intervention today, Councillor. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think more and more people, I look at my colleagues, we all see the situations that are occurring. How many times we may have a family member or an acquaintance that's, hey, can you shoot me $50 and you know exactly what's going on? And it's just a downhill spiral for these people. And a lot of these people they don't have money. They can't get into private institutions. And I guess I'm just looking for a comment based on what you see. And I've heard this firsthand from a family member that has a crack addiction, that they can't get into any of the places unless they get into shelter systems first to be able to get back in to get the required help necessary, because fentanyl is the prevailing drug of the day, I believe. What is there a solution to this? The people that truly want help, that are not on fentanyl but are using crack or cocaine, there seems to be a real challenge to get public funds to be able to help people get in-house support. So I'm not talking about virtual meetings and things like that, because the people I've been speaking to are saying that doesn't help. They need the in-house supports. And maybe Rob has a comment on that. It's a struggle for these people.
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle, and certainly my heart goes out to families and loved ones of people who are struggling. It's a really difficult thing to watch what's going on and to be powerless, because you are powerless, right? That person is making decisions that that you might not agree with, or that you know is harming them, and it's a hard position for people to be in. I think it really speaks to an underinvestment in treatment in general, which is the problem. And so therefore, if we want to increase people's access, you actually have to build more treatment. I think it's also important to note that, treatment services as they are now are pretty woefully underfunded. So I think that we need actually an investment just to get the industry up to a livable standard in some cases. Not everybody needs to have residential. Some definitely would benefit from it. I haven't heard that anything about you having to go through the shelter system to get access to that. So I would encourage people to continue to make application to SAR, Service Access to Recovery, here in Ottawa, which is the centralized place to place people in services, and to look at what's the best match. I mean, I think mentally, and I think based on how we understand things from popular culture, if you're not within the system, everybody kind of thinks, well, everybody has to go to rehab, everybody has to go to a residential in order for this to work. That's not the case. There's lots of really good interventions that can be done in the community that have equally good outcomes. So just being open to that is another option. But it's definitely we need a whole host of different types of interventions for people, because it's not a one size fits all. The other piece that I just want to say is being cautious around managing expectations. That abstinence is a very small corner of recovery, and even AA and NA will tell you that it's a very small percentage of their members who achieve total abstinence. So recognizing that reduction of use and managed use are very laudable goals within this as well, because each of those, has a positive impact on the individual's life and the community as well.
And thank you very much, Rob. I'll take it offline and chat with you on that one, if that's
by all
okay
means.
later on.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's sad, and I completely agree. I mean, there's people that are back in multiple times trying to get the supports, and it's a very difficult situation. But on to I don't know if it's a happier note, but again, thank you, Nancy, for everything you've done. Your work with Vision Jasmine in my area, all that great stuff. You're going to be very missed, big shoes to fill. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Chair. And on the same vein as Councillor Tierney, I want to commend Nancy for all the incredible work that she's done with communities. I know that I was a beneficiary of that, both as a community member and also as a councillor. And as a community member, I was president of the Overbrook Community Association before I was elected. And we did a tremendous amount of work on a post-incident neighborhood protocol. I had seen directly the effects of very violent drug-related crime in my neighborhood, and the fact that there wasn't a proper dialogue with the community to ensure that people not only would become safe through enforcement action, but also would feel safe in their communities and be able to work towards taking those communities back by themselves. And so I thought it was a very powerful tool when I was a community association president, actually helping pilot that project. And now on the other side, after being elected, I'm seeing neighborhood programs such as the one in Jasmine Crescent, and also the one that has been implemented in Overbrook, to ensure that we have more of a societal approach rather than an enforcement approach per se, one that's more focused on social service intervention than enforcement, which I think is very important. So I was just wondering if you could shed some more light on some of the neighborhood-based initiatives that you're undertaking and the way that you're seeing those initiatives evolve.
Me? Thanks, Councillor King. In fact, the research that Rob just presented started out as a neighborhood-based project, and the beginnings of the discussions with Sandy Hill was really around a multitude of safety issues in their area, but it quickly became apparent that in the absence of dealing with the safety issues facing drug users, we couldn't really be addressing the safety issues for other populations. We're also, we've been present between myself and Ahmed. We participate in many, many different neighborhoods. I think the pandemic has had a very big impact on the capacity of neighborhoods to organize and to see positive solutions together. I'm thrilled to see that there are some events coming back, because I think there's a really deep fundamental need for people to see each other in the real world and to come together in the real world. And I am hoping that by rebuilding our normal human relationships, that we will be able to rebuild some of the excellent neighborhood work that happens through many, many, many partners, whether it be the community health and resource centers, there's the city's new INST teams. There's a lot of work trying to support neighborhoods, but it's been very tough in the last couple of years.
Well, I appreciate that answer. I appreciate all the work that you've done over your career, especially with crime prevention in Ottawa at the city. I think that it has paid dividends in communities, and I have to agree with you. I think that as we move more towards normalcy, we will see greater community cohesion when we're able to interact with each other once again in a more normal fashion. So I really do appreciate the effort that you've brought to CPO and to the city. I think that it has strengthened the city at large. And once again, I just want to commend you for the wonderful contribution that you've made through CPO to the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Always welcome here. Great comments. Thank you. Councillor Fleury, please.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, Rob, I missed your presentation, but as you're in the ward, I'm privileged to get the stats and the feedback quite often. I'm happy to see colleagues engage, and I do think that it, a bit like the recent article that I was discussing with the chair recently from FCM, Carol Saab wrote about housing and how all levels of government really need to pay attention on the housing crisis and can do interventions. I think addictions is a bit of the same, where recognizing some of the city challenges or the people challenges in cities can also support the health response that are needed, particularly in large Canadian cities. So I want to thank you for your work. I know it's not easy. I know it continues to evolve. And in case I missed it, and I apologize, can you do you have the stat handy of someone that was injecting drugs a few years ago? What's the ratio of increase of injection per day? And in the statistics from 2021, how many overdose deaths did we see in our city?
So thanks for the question, because it was not part of the presentation. So that's one of the big shifts that fentanyl had done with us. So when we started our advocacy and all of our planning around the supervised consumption services, we were looking at a model of OxyContin and hydromorphone. Like, those were the drugs that were actively circulating in the unregulated supply at the time, and that's what we were basing it on. So each opioid is different in terms of its level of toxicity or potency, and also they're different in terms of how long they last in the body. So we were basing it on models of drug that people would require 3 to 4 injections per day in order to kind of keep themselves well in their use. With fentanyl, it is a much higher potency, but much shorter acting drug. So that the average number of injections has jumped to 9 to 13. So what that means is that people continuously feel dope sick, and that's, it drives a lot of their sense of desperation and things like that. And it's just more frequent need, is it, puts people into this cycle of use, acquire money, purchase drugs, use, that it's really difficult for them to get traction to begin working on other things. And we've actually begun to shift some of our resources to match that reality, where we had some case management resources that were very goal oriented for people. And we've really shortened that to say, what are some of the immediate needs that people have? How can we get traction under their feet, so that way they can hopefully start moving on some things, and then we can help to stabilize them. So it's a really challenging thing, and it's challenging at all levels of intervention as to how do we respond to this really game-changing shift in the drug supply. Sorry, the second part of your question was
just how bold of the overdose statistics that we now face as a city.
So I don't know off the top of my head the 2021 data for it. I think it is slightly higher than the 2020 data, which was a big jump. We went from, I think it was 68 to 125 overdose deaths in the city. We have seen a really significant increase in the number of overdose interventions in our site, and I would expect that's the same across. So, last 2021, this is the data that I'm more familiar with. 2021, we had over 700 overdose interventions on the site, and none of those resulted in a fatality. But and then we had a significant number of those did require the administration of naloxone, which is kind of an indication of severity for us, because we would typically start with oxygen for people, and then a smaller percentage, but still not insignificant, required multiple doses of naloxone. So in terms of a proxy of how much more death we would have had if you look at that naloxone administration as a proxy, things could have been a lot worse. So we know that they have continued to rise, but just not at the same rate. But I don't have the numbers for 2021. They are available, I think, on the Public Health Ontario website. They have an interactive opioid tool. And so you can get access to at least some up to date. There's always a lag and a delay in overdose data as the coroner investigates cases.
So Rob, just to so that people leave this in a clear way, are there more injection drug users in the city today than say last year? And if not, why are residents attributing to an increase in concerns or challenges relating to addictions in the community?
Yeah, that question did come up earlier. It's really difficult to characterize the size of this population because they tend not to identify themselves, in general ways, and then the services that we offer are often anonymous. And we don't actually currently have any of these broad surveys that are happening in these bigger research projects that might be able to get us to a closer approximation of that number. But I think, as I said earlier, it is really clear that we underestimated the number of people who are injecting drugs, and it is reasonable to think, given that other substance use has gone up over the last 2 years. If you look at what we know in terms of alcohol and cannabis use, that very likely injection drug use has gone up over the last 2 years as well.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you, Rob. And from my 2 cents, I think we do have to be careful on how we characterize addictions. I heard from colleagues before, alcohol or so on. You have to recognize that if you're in a shelter world, no matter where you consume, you're stigmatized. And unless you have a key to a unit with a proper space for yourself, then no matter where you're consuming, no matter what substance, even if you're over 19 and able to consume alcohol legally, you're still stigmatized. And if you doubt that, come and walk with me down Rideau Street in the market, and I'll show you some of those challenges. And that's why I'm so adamant about the importance of a key to a unit with a lease. On the range of services, I do want to bring some attention to a strong partner collaboration between Pathways for Recovery, the Health and Resource Centers, and OPH relating to safe supply, which I think is certainly part of the response spectrum. And I think Rob highlighted very, very carefully the kind of the circles of, the feet of an addiction and the impact that has on a community. So I do see a bright light if we can get residents to have their own units with a key, and if we can offer expanded safe supply to those who can directly benefit from it, then we really remove some of the stigma issues, and we remove directly the community impact issues. And I know Rob's on the front line of those conversations with the health ministries and so on, but just so that we're giving a bit of a voice to these programs. They're important. They start at Inner City Health. There was a pilot project a number of years ago, and now I believe it's expanded to close to 350 individual users who are, it's higher. Okay, so Rob, what's the number?
I think the number it's probably capped out right now is 500 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no more capacity.
Yeah, the need is what, 1,000, 2,000?
Could even be higher than that. Like we are talking the thousands for people who are injecting drugs. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think it's important for council and the public and the media to understand we're identifying a real community pressure, but there's some system gaps and system barriers to accessing a clean drug. As you and I would go see a doctor, we'd go to our pharmacy, get a prescription, and then wherever we would take that prescription, that drug, we wouldn't be stigmatized. And unfortunately, that is not entirely available to residents here in our city. So there needs to be continued attention to that. I will use my time diligently. Nancy, thank you for your work. You and I have been on board meetings over 12 years, and I've always appreciated the very constructive. You were always diligent in bringing forward the voices of and validating what residents were saying and businesses, and you kept the city partners as well as OPS and others accountable to those conversations. And I think you've done a really good job where no one could put you in a corner. You were always based on facts. You were always engaging folks. You were always open to bringing forward solutions. And if residents were if residents or stakeholders weren't factual, you would also have a really good way, a really professional way of clarifying those points. So you will be missed. I want to thank you. I did reach out to the clerk's office, and it's in no means a question of questioning the organization or an individual or the board or anything, but I do want to make sure that as part of the governance review that's coming up for council, that we do look at opportunities in the future of governance. I know, for example, we have the safety and well-being plan that's out there. There's some efforts around mental health. There's CPO. So I don't know where it lands. I don't have a personal opinion, but I just do want to make sure that the Crime Prevention Ottawa, as one of the city's agencies, boards, commissions, is included in the upcoming governance report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Crime Prevention Ottawa would be included as part of the local board's review in the upcoming governance report.
Okay. And I don't want to bring fear here. I do think the work is important, the work is valuable, but I do think it's also important to modernize with all that we've gone through and the opportunities here to respond to some of the growing pressures in our city. We need to equip an organization like CPO to respond in an effective way. So again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nancy. I hope that we'll have a chance to properly thank you in person. I'll look to Councillor Deans and your board to organize for all of us to properly thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meehan. Okay. Is this item carried? Or sorry, received.
Carried.
Received. Yeah, fair. We did pass the second Crime Prevention Ottawa Board of Directors nominations. Thank you, Councillor Deans, for your kind words. We're glad to support that. We have no in-camera items today. Councillor Fleury, I do believe that you wished to lift a piece of information previously distributed for comment.
Yeah, just a small comment, Chair, and appreciate the length of committee. I won't take more time. Simply to say, I really want to thank both the Dans in Parks and Rec as well as their teams. Not only is it important for us to meet our GHG targets, it's also important for us to ensure that the quality of air in arenas is top notch. I lived, and you lived yourself, when we were in pools and there was chloramines up the yin yang, and lifeguards were itchy eyes and so on, and certainly the attention of aquatic staff at the time to bring in the UV systems so that we could lower the concentration of chlorine made a significant difference to employees, made a significant difference to all pool users. And I think we're a bit at the same cusp for ice resurfacers in our city to protect our employees and protect arena users with green technology. So I want to thank staff for the IPD and looking forward to the future program and procurement.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on this item? Wonderful. Do we have any notices of motion? Seeing none, we have a few inquiries. I believe we have one from Councillor Fleury, one from Councillor Tierney, and one from myself. We'll start with Councillor Fleury's. Please go ahead and introduce your inquiry.
Thank you, Chair. And this is in light of some of the recent reporting for the Osgood rooming house. I've been working diligently with city staff and the community on this matter for a number of years. And I'm happy to see that the coroner is involved, but I do think it's important that we properly present some of the challenges and what the city's doing about it. So here it goes. For years, rooming houses in Ottawa have been known to be unsafe, have ongoing property standard issues, and little accountability from landlords and property managers who oversee them. This reality continues to have several severe and at times tragic impacts on tenants of rooming houses who are forced to live in unsanitary and unsafe conditions. To help ensure accountability on the part of the landlords of rooming houses, can staff respond to the following questions and report back at the earliest possible meeting of CPS? 1, how many rooming house addresses are there in Ottawa, totaling how many individual units? 2, how many notice of violations have been issued to owners of rooming houses yearly over the last 5 years? And 3, how many notice of violations were issued because of proactive bylaw inspections yearly over the last 5 years? I believe there might be 4 and 5. How many proactive bylaw inspections at rooming houses resulted in actions taking, notice of violation, fines, and repairs made by the property owner? 5, does the city proactively investigate rooming houses known to have repeat property standards infractions? If so, how often? And 6, what is the city doing to ensure safe living conditions for residents in rooming houses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Councillor Tierney with an issue that, pardon the awful pun, plagues a lot of the city of Ottawa right now with the ongoing construction. I know, sorry, I'm sorry, that's very cheesy. Oh, that's also just as bad. Okay, Tierney, go ahead. I'm going to shut up before I accidentally pun again.
No, Mr. Chair, quite correct. This isn't Hammy Hamster or Ratatouille. We have a major issue that is starting to take place, and I see Teresa on there too. It is a problem. And forgive me, just to give a lead in, Mr. Chair, please forgive me. I've watched the escalation over the years. I'm working with the city manager's office at this point to figure out what's going on. I don't want finger pointed between stage 1 or stage 2, forgive me, and the city. Somebody's got to take responsibility. We've got to find a solution. I have condominium corporations all over the place that now have to spend $7,000, $8,000 a year for rat trapping. I have communities in my neighborhood, they've never seen a rat before, and they're popping up all over the place. So just to get to the inquiry, Beacon Hill, several residents in the surrounding neighborhood of stage 2 light rail construction have been battling the increase of rat infestations in direct correlation to the construction. This is an issue for the entire stretch of the LRT stage 2 route, especially in the east, and not limited to my ward, like the West and Teresa's. It's been probably by my colleagues and reported in recent CBC News articles that I've been working on this for a little while, and I just saw the CBC article a couple of days ago. So clearly there is an issue. We are fielding complaints of multiple condominium corporation residents incurring costs for rat abatements, and this has become a persistent situation that will not resolve itself. This is city communicated information to residents. What are the next steps go forward to get rid of this nuisance and provide the assistance to those that are affected? And again, I'm just looking for the solution. I'm not looking for finger pointing. Even to get sewers abated is becoming more and more of a challenge. But hopefully this inquiry will drive the results that are needed for the East End colleagues and Councillor Kavanaugh as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for this. We truly do appreciate it. I know that there's been so much effort being put in by staff with baiting around certain areas, but when you have to send them 600 addresses over the course of the summer to deal with this, it certainly is an administrative burden on our staff, and it certainly is felt very acutely by the residents that have either trapped or found dozens of rats on their property over the course of a summer. So truly appreciate this inquiry, Councillor Tierney. I know that it will benefit all of us on the route, and hopefully we'll come up with some solutions for future projects like stage 3 or other infrastructure projects. I have an inquiry regarding mitigation strategies to address ambulance level 0 events. This is something that all of us, I believe, at one point in time have spoken about over the course of this term. It's something that Councillor Deans was very involved in trying to fix as the former chair of CPS, and Councillor Suds before moving on to another level of government. This is something that we all deeply care about in the city of Ottawa. In January 2022, Mayor Jim Watson and I sent a letter to the Ontario Minister of Health, Christine Elliott, requesting the minister's assistance in solving the long-standing and systemic issue of paramedic offload delay at Ottawa hospitals. As noted in the letter, offload delay continues to be a significant contributor to level 0 events. That's when there are no ambulance available to transfer a patient across our city. The letter also noted that there were 750 level 0 events in Ottawa in 2021, a considerable increase over the previous year. Since then, the paramedic chief has reported to local media on multiple occasions that the Ottawa paramedic service continues to incur significant offload delay at hospitals, which has led to an increase in several instances of level 0 in our city. I would like an update on the current offload delay and level 0 situation in Ottawa, specifically what mitigation strategies has the Ottawa paramedic service implemented to address level 0 in the city of Ottawa, and has the service implemented any new initiatives in 2022? While I am incredibly pleased with the work that the Ottawa paramedic service is doing to mitigate this issue, it effectively represents a transfer of responsibility from the provincial government onto our municipal services, and something that should be paid for with a larger tax base across the entirety of the province of Ontario is being transferred onto the property taxes of the city of Ottawa. We are paying for extra paramedics to stay at hospitals. These are paramedics that could be in trucks out there serving our community. It's a completely unacceptable situation, one that has been raised for decades, including during the 2 previous chairs' times. Let's get to the bottom of this, and let's ensure that the province is providing the proper funding for healthcare in our city moving forward, so that our paramedics who are out there every single day serving residents can do their jobs rather than sitting in a parking lot at the Ottawa Hospital or at CHEO. Thank you very much. Do we have any other further inquiries on this? Or not on this, but on any other item? Seeing none. Do we have any other business? Councillor Deans.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Luloff. Some of you were asking about a retirement party for Nancy Worsfield as she leaves CPO. There is a planned party on the 9th of June, and I would be happy to circulate to all members of council that invitation in case any of you would like to join us.
Thank you for that. That's wonderful. What an incredible contribution to our city. I know that many people will be very interested in that, so thanks for that. Any other business? Seeing none. Thank you to everyone for the spirited and respectful discussion today on some items that tend to cause us a little bit of heartburn in the city. Seeing everyone collaborating together on this committee means a great deal to everyone and to our residents. So thank you. On adjournment, is the motion carried?
Carried. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. The next meeting of CPSC is scheduled for Thursday, June 16th. Following that, we will take a break, and then we will return again until August. So rest up. See you next month. Looking forward to seeing everyone. I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care.
Thanks, Chair.